So it is now Friday, and my deadline for applying for 4 more jobs. I of course wanted to wait for a small chance of getting to know about that Philippines opportunity, but apparently not happening this week. I have to see what comes next week. Yesterday I started to map out some ways I could move to Taiwan. Very interesting stuff, but this is not something that I can use right now because I just need more job opportunities. It's not using this account. That's not good. I can create. I'm not even showing this. It's fine for now. If I create a new private window, though I don't want that to be Safari. How about Firefox? Should be fine, yes. Scene Mac. Apparently I need to do this again, possibly every time. So private, I don't know if that's, well, that's not very private if it shows everything. Like what? I guess it's by default. Privacy, security. It's not here. Search suggestions in private windows turned off. That's garbage. Never happen. Don't know. Again. So let's go to the good old Duunitori. Sure. What is my plan? What is my plan? I did leave this for the last day. That's why I don't have much time. I think what I can do is try to find positions in Helsinki first. If I find 4 that I could apply to, then if I have time, I will spend the rest of the time for positions abroad, because those are less certain. And then open applications. Open applications. Apply to. Apply for. I didn't have any other plan for today than this. I woke up quite late, 12:30 p.m. So this is the plan. Let's clean this first. So English, I need this pinned. Next color draw. Nordics, no. Vision, no. Self-development, I have to do. Keeping technique. Okay. I totally remembered what that was about. Setup, no. So there should be a page for jobs, business, finding work. I would use this. Salesperson, workforce planning specialist. I don't want to lie. I might need to update my CV. The Gamify Politics I will take off. It's not ongoing anymore. I will change that, but I'm not going to apply till the evening. Right now, my feeling about this is I don't want to find a job. Or at least normal one. I don't want to work. If I get in, then sure, I'll be happy, but the feeling I have right now is different. So that's a good attitude going for this. Salesperson, that would develop my communication skills and thinking skills a lot. Needing to be aware of what I say, how I say it. Have to sound sure. But doing that in Finnish I feel that it's not going to be that difficult because I can use more casual tone, like, hey, I'm your friend. That's the usual tactic. And I feel that I could very quickly get good at this. And there wouldn't be that much opportunities to grow. And yeah, this part is difficult. If I feel like the product is not that good, then B2B, that would be way better because businesses, they evaluate their needs differently. Normal people, if you're trying to sell something to them, they just might use their feelings and buy it. Businesses don't do that. Some, of course, do, but especially larger ones. Construction. Should I go for construction positions? Online marketing. I don't know how to market, but finding jobs that could give me, or I could do remotely, maybe in the future, that's one option. Am I really going for this still? Technical lead. Patreon. Okay, team leaders. Technical specialist. The thing is, many of these, well, all of them, are some IT or some customer service job for a company that does like forest industry stuff or something that I'm not interested of. So that CGI opportunity in the Philippines, why I like that is because what the company does interests me. Consulting, because yeah, collaborating is what I want to do. Guide for winter season. What? Good summer job. Proven. Let's see. In English below. Information systems specialist. You're passionate about advancing access to scholarly information, ready to make an impact by helping us with information distribution and access, then join us. We're looking for information systems specialist at Aalto University. Driving, developing, and managing systems used for providing library and publishing services. The research. We will oversee an optimization of our systems and workflows to strengthen our capabilities to provide reliable user-centric services. Working closely with colleagues across the library, learning, IT, and research services. Cohesive systems landscape. What does they require? Apply by answering the questions below without submitting a CV or cover letter. Apply by without submitting a CV or cover letter. For more information about the position, you can reach. Want to know more about us and your future colleagues? Watch these videos. You don't need a CV or cover letter. Huh. What best describes your experience in managing information systems related to library or publishing services? Don't have relative experience. In developing or managing digital solutions based on needs. Much experience do you have in strategic? This is kind of nice way, but nope. IT specialist. This is pharma company. Used into valuable resources. Eight years of experience in software development. Expert. Project administrator. It's not easy to apply for positions without any experience. Anything really. So, winter season. positions are open. That's a good one. Ooh. Multilingual service desk analyst to Philippines. So they have more opportunities there. Where didn't I find this? 10. Member Service Associate, HR Help Desk. Where I applied for. International hires welcome. The main responsibility of service desk analyst involves taking level 1 calls and providing level 1 technical support to users' inquiries received either via call or email. User inquiries. The resource assigned is also expected to adhere to quality criteria in performing tasks, including making sure that tickets are updated with complete logs and activities. Service desk analyst will be supporting multiple retail accounts. This role reports to the office and will be based in CGI Philippine Global Delivery Center, Taguig City, Philippines. Your future duties and responsibilities handles first line incidents, including triage and troubleshooting, resolution where possible, and assignment where required to second, third line support teams and third parties. Support service request management and service restoration management level. Required qualifications to be successful in this role. Proficient in written and verbal communication in English and Finnish language. Already tested. Keen attention to detail, proficient computer technical skills, solid analytical and problem-solving skills, good process mapping ability, proactive, service-minded and able to multitask, good interpersonal skills, empathy, verbal dexterity. Verbal dexterity. Maybe I'm a bit lacking there. Bachelor's degree in any field. Must be flexible with working schedule. What do we offer? I guess that's the same. Oxygen. Okay. So it's duplicate there. So I think health and wellness program is called Oxygen. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, this was not required in the other position in any field. That's good. So I can't apply for this. Maybe I could, but let's look at the rest. ICT data support. Didn't I see this already? Requirements. IT-based tools, databases and procedures, SQL, BI, SAP, customers and stakeholders' needs. Well, it says capacity, so I do have that. So what is the ICT data support? European Chemicals Agency. Open application model. Motivated and qualified candidates. City data support to cover assignments that provide support to development of ECHA's IT tools and its functionalities that support the design, programming and maintenance of software that support the resolution of submission and IT tools related questions and other similar tasks. This is quite vague, at least to my eyes, what it actually means. But does this use the EU Europass? All job opportunities are based service offered to ECHA by consortium Luxembourg and Manpower Group Finland. So where would this be? Application Helsinki. Yeah, it's just there. Okay, this is one opportunity, I guess. Option. CT. CJ. Requirement. I don't remember from last time what was difficult about it, but lead associate solutions sales Nordics. Pipeline through outbound outreach and qualification. Support and learn enterprise sales motion. What is needed? 0 to 3 years experience in SaaS, fintech, consulting, finance, or related field. Enterprise sales, fintech, and financial operations. Nope. That's an interesting one. Enterprise client is currently requiring people who can bring energy, emotion, and clarity to their voice, whether you're a professional actor or someone with natural expressive personality. Yep. So it's for AI training. Dormitory, what's this? Okay. Airbus. What is our training program? What's training period is? Customer support maintenance training. Administrator. Quantum computing platforms. We're reading this. Take a little break. Right. Finding opportunities. Same than last time. I don't have proper experience. I don't have the university degree finished. But of course, I don't mind that much because of my bigger goal world peace. Getting a job is not the most important thing. It's required for me to apply, which is good. I like this pressure. Instead of looking for positions like this, should I start focusing on open applications and look for opportunities that are close with what I want to do? For example, there are job boards in EA and related communities that want to help. Good. I could try to look for those instead. Thinking about becoming some sort of anarchist here, applying at all, and then getting the penalty. So I wouldn't get the unemployment benefit because I'm in Finland. I would have to get at least some benefit to be able to live. That's less, and then they will require for me to send bank account details, which means I can't get it for a few months at least, because I can't afford to live without any benefit, like I have in the past two months. Would they require me to go to some, what is it, psychiatric? No, psychologist. Not therapy. Well, maybe I would have to attend some session. Why I can't apply for jobs? Why am I so difficult? I think I went through this like 2 months ago, this option. Or maybe I just talked with AI. I don't remember if I spoke about it on stream. The open letters, those are definitely the easiest, because I don't have to find specific job role. Send an open application, just explain what skills do I have and then what are my interests. For example, to CGI, I already applied for a specific role, but I'll send an open application as well, telling that I'm very, very open to move abroad and to the Philippines. So for that other position, could I be able to finish my thesis abroad? I don't know. That's possible. I should probably look it up. I'm thinking, am I actually considering not applying for all at all? But no, this pressure is good, because pressure is exactly what I need. So continuing, yes, it's a good thing, but applying for meaningless positions, should I start avoiding them? that started seeing this as networking. Like I said, going for positions that would benefit me more. Because after I get these things out, I will have my lean life, minimalistic life. I have all the time. Like I will spend a lot of time researching, reading, networking. That Taiwan opportunity, like joining the open source community there, start learning Chinese, that will happen. I don't have anything else to do. But right now, it hasn't happened yet. But it will happen. And what I kind of thought about this was that I'm just gonna apply for positions that I know I'm not gonna get. It's safe. I don't have to worry about getting into a position I don't want, and then the unemployment services or employment services are happy that I applied for positions. But am I leveraging the pressure enough if I do that? Of course, today, because it's the last day, I can't spend endless amount of time for this. That's why last time I didn't finish that Europass. But because I have that external pressure, feels like, well, this is homework. Feels the exact same. I go into this mode that I see this separately from my goals. It's a task I just need to do. I don't have to do it properly. But I could develop my brain, see it is different, to actually care that, hey, I want to find a job. How should I do this differently? Can't develop before I know where to develop to. Mind started to wonder. So, how should I look at this? In general, I feel tired. Like, I don't want to do this now. I'm doing this because of pressure. Maybe I can start there, change that feeling first. What would I want to do instead of this? And instead of sleeping, I feel that this feeling comes mostly from the habit of doing enough already and then getting a reward, feeling good when doing nothing. But that's just a habit. You don't feel good or not consuming any entertainment anymore. So this is something from the past, but right now I don't have the alternative. Some part of my brain wants me to stop doing this, but there is nothing alternative. Mm. I'm not conscious enough to easily override the old habits, see this negatively. So it takes a little bit of time. Hmm. If I did this properly, more properly, I would see this as 9 hours, little project. And instead of starting with finding 4 positions that in the end I would quickly apply for, I would first try to find good positions and keep the pressure on. That is the advice that I have given to many people before. That if you want to do something new, start with that. Don't start with everything that you are already used to do, have to do also, but because you have pressure for them. So instead of when you want to change your life, instead of cleaning first, like, hey, okay, I will do all that new stuff, but first I want to make sure everything is kind of tidy or clean. That's the mistake I have made many times. Focusing on the wrong parts, when instead I should have just do the new thing immediately. Because cleaning will happen eventually. So ignore everything old. So here, don't see this as just applying for jobs, but see this similarly, what I have done in general this few months. Just thinking about what I want and thinking from bigger scale than just a job, opportunity to grow, to pursue a career that will lead me closer to world peace. World peace. One thing that I see wrongly is if I chose some path, I would have to stick on it. Whether it's a community or job position, that I would have to stay for a year or two if I move to some place. Even this Philippines opportunity, I shouldn't think of it as permanent or that it will last at least a year. I think I will want to stay there if I get it, because I would live in the Philippines. But if I have better ideas, better plan, how I get towards my goals faster in some other way, I can always pivot. And maybe it's not suddenly I pivot. Maybe it's like, okay, I will continue this job for another 6 months. And in the meantime, I'm gonna start preparing for this new plan. And if I get a job, any job, immediately it makes it more difficult to get out of it than it was to get in. Meaning, I get that feeling that, hey, I have already invested into this. It's easy to stay, more difficult to find another position, because it requires change, commitment, time usage. Why I'm not yet active with any community or socially in general, I don't actively message people, is I feel that I can find very easily people who to have a conversation with every day and would take all of my time. But the thing is, I'm not looking for friends, I'm looking for collaborators. And each of them should be very much okay if I suddenly said, hey, I don't feel that I'm getting that much out of this, like active connection, active conversation. I will find other people It's kind of rudely said, but it's like, hey, I have a goal that in the end you would benefit also if it happened. It's not personal. Why don't I want to get a job? What is my plan? I have not planned very far. After getting rid of my stuff, I will move somewhere, my parents' place or to the Philippines. I haven't planned what's next. Okay, I'll start working then. I'll start working. Social media, I have thought I want to start doing as part of my communication development plan. Because if I'm able to market in some way my ideas, my project, myself, my life, that hey, I'm actually 100% committed for this goal, that could lead to some sponsors who could sponsor my work, and suddenly I wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. That I have already discussed shortly, at least on stream before. That's one of like possibility that I kind of forget because I'm not socially active. And maybe, well, I do have some doubts about my skills because I haven't done anything properly ever. And even smaller scale for a long time. So have I started to doubt my capabilities? Sure. I can look back to my studying. I was very good at, like logic, programming there. So that's my reference. But in a real world working environment, world, how does it compare to others? Do I have anything that significant that I can give or not? So social media, especially if I move to the Philippines, that's sure. I will start posting at the beginning a lot about my life, my days, exploring the city. So there is pressure to do that. Yeah. Not sure. So if I don't move there, but the thing is, I will have like all the time. Seriously, I'm not gonna spend any time on entertainment. I don't have anything else than time. No need to self-develop anymore the same way that I have done. I can start social media there as well. Start networking. I'll start the communication or continue developing my thinking capabilities, no matter what happens. And then if I get results, that removes many of these possible opportunities like IT help desk. I'm not gonna learn that much if I'm able to develop my brain without the external pressure. Then I think so. Networking I can do. I can start learning new or groups, communities that are interested to develop democracies or communication platforms. I will start mapping out different platforms, apps, network with people on LinkedIn, and taking part to group conversations, try to have one-on-ones online. And because I'm interested and this is helping communities, not about money, many people would be interested also. And because I don't know the topics, even the language often that's used in some philosophical conversations, group chats. Would have to do research, but that's the next step. Like I can't continue with the data I have already. My plan is, I would say, is quite solid for two scenarios. One is that I get the Philippines opportunity, and the other one is I don't get any job. And this, applying for 4 more jobs, means that there should be like third opportunity. I get something else than the Philippines. On some stream I talked about me being vulnerable to choose the first thing, the first opportunity that I come across. In this Philippines job is exactly that, but it is a good opportunity. I still think that. But if there was something else, like, hey, there is an IT help desk position for you in Helsinki, how quickly would I say yes? Quite quickly, I think. So maybe that's the development I should do today. Try to figure out how to be more in control over these opportunities, because I'm sort of afraid of them, because that's one argument I use for not being more active in some group conversations about democracy or oh yeah, in general networking. Choosing the wrong option. Should I drink some coffee? I don't really do that often. Like, why not? Don't have camera. hope I'm not going to spill this keyboard here and everything. Laptop, your headset. Yeah, it would take a few minutes and then many minutes to cool down. Right. Okay. Let's see how my stomach will handle this after some time of not drinking. I should use a plate for this. Right. I feel much safer. So thinking how to control more my future. I need IRAC for that. I don't remember how many minutes this took, but I think it's enough. So this is gonna be like 2.5 cups, maybe 3. multitasking, developing that. So doing side by side many things in life. I'm very bad at that. That's why I have paused the social part. Haven't coded anything like 1.5 months. I'm really doing 1 or 2 things at a time. So if I develop that, then I could do this, start being more active with people, network, and continue going through my stuff. My mind is trying to avoid doing too much and to pursue this world peace the best it can. So gaining control over my life. I have already started to do those productive days. That means doing many things in a day. Now I have paused that. Should I take it back? The biggest argument I get from my mind is that currently, or in the last month, I have done already a lot of developments, and that these external pressures are the only reason why I even develop right or nowadays. I use those arguments, or my mind uses them. Should I tackle that problem? It uses the wrong motivation and bad arguments. Pushing myself to develop more and more. Yeah, my brain does not like me. I started to remove, or try to remove that bad motivation. Subconscious feeling says that I don't really want to do this or develop myself further. I would love to just take a pause. Is that true? Like, would I want to do something else instead? And sleep is a very bad argument. I don't want that. I can exercise if I want to. Well, that's pretty much it. No. I can develop my brain. That should feel more interesting. I should feel more excited about that. But again, I use wrong motivations doing that. What I mean is, or one of the best examples is imagination. Do I have a normally good imagination? No, I don't need to visualize things properly because I just use relational knowledge. But I can if I want to. If I close my eyes, or even eyes open, if I concentrate, I can start visualizing things like really good, really well. Especially if I'm a little tired, and I close my eyes, I can almost see an object like it was real. Real colors, graphics, it can look, well, real. But I don't do that. Is it because it's too difficult? Well, it's not too difficult, but it takes energy. But it's fun if I do it, like the same way than sports is fun, exercising is fun once you get your mind to it. Why don't I do that more? Why don't I create art? Why don't I create experiences just in my head, developing Aira in that way? I don't know, I have forgotten it exists. Yeah, I was trying to think what I can do. I have already daydreamed enough about that Philippines opportunity. Also, yesterday I started to dream about Taiwan. I have this feeling that things that if I just postpone making real decisions, I will come back to my plan, from my plan, that I would choose something easier. How long would it take? This is a job for Iraq. Mm. Yeah, keep bouncing from topic to topic. Getting a call. Right. Apparently yesterday's video didn't have the best sound. Maybe I should take a look at that. It's possible because it was automatic microphone that it used the Mac's own microphone. But where was I? Developing IRAC. Just get a feeling that I'd love to, or part of me would like to stop the stream and start meditating. Part of me would like to feel overwhelmed of all the developments and plans. But But of course, I'm not interested to get overwhelmed. Just an avoidance. Decide what to do. So I can think of many areas of development to right now, considering should I increase my excitement. And I know that in the past I have probably found some good ideas on what to do in situations like this, but of course I forget. I've forgotten most of my advices to myself and decisions, reasons for them. I'm redoing everything all the time. Okay. Now I remembered that, hey, I could go to the bottom. So what if I think of my life in the big picture? Iraq. Why I'm hesitated to pick what to focus on, join a group. The reason is because I'm not actively using Iraq. Iraq represents my potential, or greatest potential, greatest control, and I can live without it. That was clear from the beginning 4 years ago. I don't need that. But if I used Iraq, none of these issues would exist. I wouldn't have to use so much time for this. Having difficulties mapping out my options, how they would get me closer to my goals. With Iraq, just one task. Using it will expose like all the bad arguments my mind gives me. The logic is just too powerful there, but it requires consciousness, requires energy. So how to make it happen? I have tried it so many times over the past 4 years. Started using it. Every time it fails. What was the last time I tried? Why did it fail? Was it 2 months ago? Did I even try to use it? Why did it fail? Was it because my thoughts, my mind changed so much all the time that I decided to even try, because using Iraq means building structures, connections into my mind, and I need to reinforce those connections, and the more I repeat, the stronger it gets. But if my mind changes, if my focus changes to, or hops from topic to topic, means I can't repeat enough. So I have gone into these ventures picking one area and then focusing on it fully, and then switching to another. I haven't even tried to build any habit of control. I don't have a habit of waking up and start meditating. doing a control session. It's kind of required for Iraq to work. Last month was the EHEX Nordics. For that, I was kind of waiting for it. So I had some external motivation. So as I keep saying that I can work without Iraq. That's true. But the potential is there. Or the greatest potential is there. Until now, I have tried to find something that would get me away from Iraq, or subconsciously at least. And EHEX was one of that it gave me hope, maybe, that some opportunity would arise from that, and I would get in the path without needing to build Iraq. That didn't happen. But because I knew it was coming, that automatically meant I couldn't start anything else before. And then afterwards was the Philippines. That was 3 weeks ago, when I had the first pre-interview. After that, my thoughts have been there, mostly. So it's logical why I haven't tried Iraq. But now, do I have really any reason, any bad argument against it? Why I shouldn't focus on it now? Do I believe I can find an opportunity wouldn't require for me to build it? The Philippines opportunity, I have talked about wanting to self-develop during the work. That means building Iraq. So self-development leads to Iraq building. I have had few moments when I have felt depression a little bit about not being able to settle for normal human life. That's why I built the escape route, which is the alien, which is the 100-year-old idea. It's like there is a pressured system inside a factory. There are these vents where the pressure gets too high. The escape, or I don't know what they're called specifically, but vents that release the pressure so that the whole system doesn't break. I created sort of a vent myself. Did I mention that? Maybe because that allows me to build IRAC, or makes it easier. But I have that vent already. And because I build it, I'm fully in control how to scale or so I'm out of the system already through the vent, and there isn't any limit anymore because I can decide how large the world is beyond the social norm system. IRAC is not natural, doesn't feel natural. If I try to find natural elements from it and look at it through a normal people's eyes, I feel every time I use it, it feels wrong. It feels wrong, and that's a problem. So I can't use it to my fullest potential if using it feels wrong. But using this vent idea, I can now start changing how I think about it, think of it. And after the GX Nordics, I shouldn't have any arguments anymore against building IRAC. Is it necessary? And part of me was hoping to find a way out, but definitely is necessary, especially if I keep my goal world peace. And it also is my second goal in life, to build it in some way. I have talked about reaching the maximum limit of something and used my philosophy, minimalistic philosophy, as an example, that I reached the limit over a year ago. And then yesterday I talked about Taiwan, how that is sort of the limit, like the end goal, to move there. And then if I move out, it doesn't matter anymore. And the Philippines is very similar, very close to that limit. Or in some way, yes, it is a limit, because it would give another way of experience, or a different experience than moving to Taiwan, that have more, or that would it would give more experience in some areas than in Taiwan, but less in some other areas. But meaning, I think that would still count as reaching the maximum limit of unlocking the world. Iraq is another area that, or Iraq represents the maximum limit, maximum level that I can reach when it comes to my thinking capabilities, potential. And if I develop myself, so if I continue developing my subconsciousness like I have done over the past year, that's that's on the area, so area of self-development, where the Iraq is the end goal. I can continue to do that, but why I wouldn't hop directly the far end? During this stream, when I talk about these things, talk about Iraq, think about it, or applying for jobs, it's so interesting. I can't express it how it feels, that many of these topics, they're difficult for me, or not to say difficult, but they raise negative emotions, a lot of them. So it's a roller coaster that I don't properly express that what kind of mess of feelings there is inside my head, because of the fact that I have mentioned before that if something feels good, it's good. If something feels bad, I can turn it to good. So I'm manually driving through this. Hmm. And like with any other similar area, when I just consider what if I actually started to use iRock, it doesn't feel real because I have so much experience on trying and failing. So subconsciously, I'm already being ready to fail. So doesn't feel real to even think that I would actually do it. Like subconsciously now, if I ask myself, will I ever get to a point where I'm actually using iRock in my daily life? The answer is no. I don't agree subconsciously. That was quite similar to the question, would I actually think that I would move abroad? It doesn't feel real. Like I have lived my whole life here in Finland, the last 20 in Tampere, one city. It doesn't feel real that I would actually suddenly move to a place 9,000 kilometers away. Over a year ago was the first time, maybe ever, well, it was at least the strongest feeling at the time, when I maxed out on my philosophy journey, that I found the highest or max level that I can reach. Did feel unreal. That how can I finish this? Like I always thought that this is an endless journey. It can't be finished. It felt so weird. Before that, if I had asked myself, can I finish this? I would have said no, of course not. Obvious that it can't be done. Many might think about the word peace similarly, that it's not going to happen. Like, but because I have experience on seeing something as impossible, something that I would never even considered to be a possibility, and then it becoming real, possible. In the end, I see world peace very similarly, that people don't realize how much they can change. And or most people. So going back to Iraq, how pessimistic am I really? My pessimism is based on my experience of failure, that I have tried it maybe 20 times over the 4 years and failed each time. Why am I even considering this if I know it is the end goal? Well, I'm trying to figure out whether I can think of any counter arguments for focusing on it now. So it will, because it requires so much energy, it needs the infrastructure to work. I will become weak outside of it. If I have bad infrastructure, meaning I'm used to watching entertainment, then I will default to that and I'm unable to keep working. But looking at my last few weeks, I don't go to entertainment anymore. I have forgotten it. The music videos, those are the only entertainment really that I consume. But I'm kind of bored. I need to raise my consciousness at least a little bit and manually find joy in watching them. Because I'm repeating. So I have seen many of those videos hundreds of times. Some of them I might have heard the song maybe close to 1,000 times, because a few years listening. So it's not like I'm constantly watching new videos. I do that. But even that's not really that exciting, because I know I can't enjoy it. So I don't allow myself to enjoy it like I used to. It's not about because I can't use the avoidance motivation anymore. So I need to have a purpose of why I'm watching it. And yeah, the avoidance has been one. The feeling of being lost in life in general. I think that's one of the main reasons why people listen to music or watch movies, try to find ideas from art. but I don't need music to handle my feelings. Like I do that very effectively by myself. I don't get new ideas how to reach world peace through entertainment. It doesn't expand my knowledge of people, humanity. Sure, culture, but yeah. So music videos is the only form of entertainment that I don't even like that much anymore because I'm just using it. I'm watching it by repeat. And I'm using it to think. So going back to the question, can I use Iraq and porn? I don't. I have almost forgotten it already. Also, I don't remember when was it a month ago? But I still watched it more. But there, well, why I would watch it for avoidance, for getting easy entertainment, easy pleasure, but I don't need it. It doesn't bring me much new things anymore. So nowadays, music videos, watching them is one of the only entertainment, even that. When I ended that on January, stopped watching music videos, it felt bad. It was a bit difficult because I felt so many, in so many cases, habits of coming to my chair and then wanting to start watching, but then I couldn't. So I felt, and I have mentioned that it felt wrong or weird. Still, or then I continued watching in April. Was it at the end of March? And it felt great. Then late, but then slowly, as I continued watching, I started to feel less joy from it. And then but I continued feeling the habit of wanting to watch it. So instead of just sitting still and thinking, I get these ideas that, hey, what I would like to start watching music videos instead, or while I think. Lately, I have just been doing more thinking without it. So I'm getting rid of that habit of needing the music videos. Iraq. So as I told before, my current feeling is that I have done enough already. Right now I should rest because that's what I'm used to. And I get that signal from others. Collective social norm. But it's just an argument. I subconsciously use it mainly because it's a habit. But if I switch it, then I have motivation. Or I could have. And it's interesting how it works. It's kind of like belief that I need to believe that I can build Iraq. I say it's difficult. If I'm able to logically, using my own logic, I'm able to create these ideas, kind of facts that it is possible. I have energy. Then when I'm even considering it, that, hey, should I now open Iraq? If I have subconscious signals coming in that say, yes, you have cleared it already, you have energy for this. That's what matters. It doesn't matter if it's real, it just needs to be there. And yeah, so have enough of these signals. Right now I have a wrong signal saying Iraq is difficult, when in reality it's not. But because I have this wrong signal coming in, that I will also mentioned on the stream, that hey, Iraq is difficult, like very demanding. Keep saying that because that's my overall or usual experience with it. But I have an experience, was it a year ago or 2 or 1.5, where I used it, and then once I started to use it, I realized, hey, actually it's not that difficult. But because I have so strong signals saying this is difficult, this is difficult, this is difficult, it makes it difficult. Like my keep noni technique contains a section, a small devil saying this is tiring, when in reality it's not. The only reason why I'm not excited about Iraq right now, is what I feel, is the fact that I have this feeling that I should rest. It's too early to start developing Iraq. It feels that it will happen in time, but maybe next month or 2. Why couldn't it happen now? Just feels wrong that I'm going too fast. I feel similarly for the possibility to move to the Philippines. That feels kind of wrong that it could happen in a few weeks, that very suddenly. But that is a good example of how things can happen very quickly. I have this idea that I would use maybe at least 6 months to 2 years developing my skills before I get into a position where I can contribute to a real project. What if that happened in 2 weeks? And then coming back to Iraq, what if I just started using it and a week or two I'm mastering it? Suddenly I would have a tool in my disposal that will just completely eliminate most of these difficulties I have. Difficulties is a wrong word because I don't feel anything is difficult, but if I wanted to develop fast, then I am doing this quite difficult way, very slowly. So in that perspective, so it feels wrong if I started to develop Iraq right now. Also, I get a feeling that I'm rushing things, speed running my life. I should enjoy this more, but that argument I've kind of broken already with the vent idea, alien 100-year-old, that I'm already past that. Already past that. To have 7.5 hours. So let's start using our. What problems will I face? Tiredness. I'm 100% that's one of it. Let's see. The first feeling I get is, or obstacle, that I can start building this canvas and then start building these ideas because I like to visualize. The first obstacle is when I try to reinforce instead of moving forward all the time, I would take a pause and then go over what I already built, that I kind of freeze. I get a feeling that I don't want to do that. I would love to avoid it. Why? It's tiring. Why? Okay, so the argument is subconsciously I feel that I'm doing this temporarily. So I need to raise the motivation or change it. Start thinking about this, that it is permanent. Okay. If someone were to watch this right now, they wouldn't understand what I'm talking about, but I will make a video about Iraq. Then maybe it makes more sense. And it would make sense to me watching back these videos and ideas. So let's start with the motivation. And I am trying to avoid writing down too much. That's why I'm not showing the obsidian and writing down these ideas, because those will hold me back. I feel that this explaining this as I go is not a problem, but if I start to write things down properly, it just slows me down too much. And Iraq, as I say, I am using a canvas idea. So thinking that there is a canvas, mind canvas, and then I can place symbols, I can place ideas and create connections, help me think. I have a whiteboard, Excalitraw on my obsidian. Why I don't use that? It's too slow, it's too static. And that's one potential, one huge benefit of Iraq mind structure, that enables me to build super fast, change everything on the go dynamically, scale it up, scale it down. It doesn't have the restrictions of using only the language. So written text, I can use any symbol, I can use feelings as nodes. That is impossible in written or visual representation. And yes, let's start with Iraq. So changing first how I feel about it and what is the goal, using the right motivation for using it. I faced the first setback, used an argument that doesn't feel the right motivation for this. And even though I have written some things about Iraq to many places, not just what is in the obsidian right there, but I have my other files from the 4 years. I'm not going to use them. That's my style of rewriting my notes and redoing everything. I think it's quite effective, because this needs to be dynamic. My mind is different when it was a month or 2 months ago even. so it doesn't apply. Some ideas I'm sure I could find interesting and I could benefit from, but it's the wrong thing to do. So I will start using Iraq. I change what is the sentence statement. So the problem is that I don't understand well enough subconsciously why I'm doing this or what I'm doing. So I just say I am building Iraq. I will start building Iraq now. I will start building Iraq now. Well, I do feel some oppositions, so at least there's something to change. I can start this. So I will start using Iraq now. Does it feel right? One argument is the disbelief I would ever get it working, though I do feel also belief that I will get it working because I have many experiences it working well. I will start using Iraq now. I think just by mentioning the argument, feeling, it says it doesn't feel right that I'm doing all these developments this fast. It feels that I need to take a break, take a pause, a little vacation. I think that has already started to disappear, so it's not a strong feeling anymore. Okay, one feeling was I subconsciously thought, or didn't even consider that, hey, this is an option for this time. Kind of automatically assumed that it will happen later, and also I had forgotten it this past few weeks. But it makes sense. In general, I feel great in my current position. As I have said many times, the iron is hot. I can mold it how I like. And that vent idea is very, very powerful. I didn't have before, at least similarly. will start building Iraq now. I will start using Iraq now. What I feel is like, sure, but it will be temporary. I will start using Iraq now permanently. I'd love to be less sleepy, less tired, but it's good enough. So I will start using Iraq now permanently. Not going back. Why would I even want to go back or stay at this level? Are there any arguments? The thing is, I feel like I have moved way past or too far from normal humans, normal people, at least around me, that just waiting for them to catch up is not going to happen. So, and I can't go back, can't become dumber, lose these developments. It doesn't work like that. So an argument that says that I should just continue chilling like I have doesn't apply anymore. I can't go back to entertainment because I had reasons for back then. I had reasons that I could avoid the possible difficult future. Right now, I have developed myself enough that it's not difficult anymore. So the same arguments don't apply. I'm not as afraid of. Okay, afraid is the wrong term. Well, anyways. So does it make sense to stay at this level? If I think about social media, becoming more socially active, developing my communication skills, I do feel it's going to be difficult. It's not my strongest area, and especially if I start to develop my thinking capabilities, that it's not going to be easy. I will have to face my subconscious bad feeling, anxiety, but I have gained new experience tackling that, or tackling the negative responses in my brain, especially the last few weeks, because I have gotten the pressure to think more and more and more. And in a short period of time, I have broken down so many bad feelings. I have now gained more trust, bigger trust to my capabilities of tackling any negative feelings, anxiety. That means that I'm more capable of tackling more difficult issues and more of them. and more difficult developments. The rate of developments, the pace, also has changed, but I can't do. So the capacity of change, which is sort of requirement for IRAC, because IRAC, just using it, will expose me to every kind of thought. Looking back, what I have been thinking about and how in the past month I have focused on a few things at once, but IRAC, that will expose me to everything, because it is a structure that contains all of my life, all the projects. So I'm getting reminded of well, everything good and bad. Okay, I will start using IRAC now permanently. What would it mean in reality? What do I mean by this? Why should I have trust? Why should I have trust in this? So what it means is I will start meditating without any help like music or music videos. I will start meditating at least 2 times a day after I wake up, before I go to sleep. That's necessary. Otherwise, I'm not in control. I need to reset. Look at my life, everything I do from a fresh perspective. How much do I trust being able to do that? Well, there is no alternative I would want to do instead of that. So it should be quite easy. Because when I wake up, if I don't have anything planned, I have a habit of just start thinking, developing something, watching music videos as I do that. But as I said earlier, I don't even feel like doing that anymore. During the evenings, my sleep schedule has gone pretty late. So normally I go to bed around 2 to 3 a.m. with this, I'm gonna start scheduling my days, becoming more productive. That's the obvious change what will happen. Because with IRAC, as I said, I'm exposed to everything. I can't escape the task of finding the best thing to do, the best way. Exercising, I mentioned yesterday, that it seems like that will start happening now regularly, even without needing to focus on it or scheduling, being productive for IRAC. That will happen on its own, but especially with IRAC usage, gaining control over my life, time, exercising will be there as well. This will unlock now. Even more, yeah. Will unlock the productivity. I will start putting alarms. So no more sleeping randomly. I will start using IRAC now permanently. I forgot to place a percentage. I will start using IRAC now permanently. I think it's already at 20% at least. Okay, trying to focus on this. I will start using IRAC now permanently. I will start using IRAC now permanently. My mind does not want to go there. Taking a little pause. I will start using IRAC now permanently. Before, if I had tried this, static electricity here, touching the keyboard frame. Again, if I had tried this earlier, I would have faced the difficulty of having alternative future. But no, I don't want to do this because I want to do something else instead. But right now, I don't feel it. So if I think that, okay, I will start using this, I don't feel that, or some part of me saying, no, I want to do this instead. So that's sort of easy. I don't have to replace anything. And the life of trying to control myself or my life without any proper tools like this IRAC, I would say I'm not having the best the most joy doing this, because I can't just continue waiting for someone else to give me orders. It's not happening. I need to start using the inner leader, develop that. There really isn't any alternative. So I have already a pretty strong part of me that wants out of it. And earlier I have had fears about IRAC usage leading me towards life with no meaning. That if I develop myself too far, I get too far from normal people, that I would find myself not enjoying anything anymore. I have already experienced everything that I could. But now I think I'm already past that in some sense. That point, no return. But I have that vent idea and kind of already enough experience with just finding new ways to feel happy and find enjoyment out of that. Start using IRAC, start experiencing life way more quickly, get over things super fast, get to new things, and knowing that it really is an endless well of new enjoyment. Using IRAC is not a problem then. It's because it doesn't open up any new threat or risk, because the risk is already happened or happening. And it should be the other way around now. That if I don't use IRAC and continue this path that I can't change it anymore. If I move slowly, so continue this way, then it will be more difficult than if I started using IRAC. I could gain more skills and more opportunities. That would make my life easier. So what is the option here? Live a difficult life. Continue living with these old ideas of waiting for someone, something to give me direction. But like usual, just saying these things, they don't change the subconsciousness. I haven't felt the change yet. So going back, I will start using IRAC now permanently. Okay, I feel a little change, maybe at least 25%. I will start using Iraq now permanently. The last month, especially, I have felt out of place, like I'm floating in zero gravity. I don't have a good grasp of myself, my life, because of so many changes and new ideas that I feel a bit difficulty kind of deciding something for my life, because I don't have that strong grasp of who I am, maybe because it has changed so much. So it's not just that I will attach this idea, this Iraq, now into my life, because I need to also redefine my life self. So let's do that. Who I am. Good question. Good question. Who am I? Okay, let's start from I know who I was. So I have defined my life in few phases and also two parts, or into two lives. The first life ended 2.5 years ago, in October 2023. I defined the end of my first life and then started my other life I'm currently living. So if I look back at that first life, what it was about figuring out its reality more, myself, and gaining control over my life. Developing myself more than I ever thought I would. Building this awareness, consciousness, and felt peace, sort of peace that I have achieved what I wanted. And that wasn't much. That's why I was able to finish my first life. And the second life, even though I hadn't, so 2.5 years ago, I didn't have my philosophy figured out. That wasn't required for the first life. But especially a year ago, when I started to define this world peace goal, and then defined my minimalistic philosophy, the goal is way different than what it was in my first life. And also the attitude. First life was life where I wanted to reach my goal. Like I had a goal I wanted to reach. Of course, I didn't know what it was, but I had this experience when it ended that, hey, I have now reached the goal, reached the mountaintop that I was always looking up towards. I reached that peak, and then I started another journey. I have defined my life also in some phases. So old time was from my birth to until to January of 2022. Then there was time of change for a few months. From May 2022 started new time, and then 9 months later started the last time. That lasted another 9 or 10 months until 2023 October. That last time ended. That ended the first life. And then 2.5 years ago started the time of Ajarak, which I'm currently living. And that is kind of the last time. It's not going to get any, I'm not going to define any other lives or phases. So life and phases, those are different. So the time of Ajarak started back then. And that's what I have done. I have started to look for things I still want to do before I die. The attitude towards this second life is, this is extra. Like, I already finished what I wanted. I had one life. This is extra. Ajarak, that represents my greatest potential. It's very difficult to build, but that is used in the, or yeah, that is one of the main purposes of the second life. Build that, to reach my potential, to enjoy this life of doing and finding my limits. And then I defined this world peace when I discovered the Github technique, or built that. I broke my life into pieces, or myself, my feelings. I discovered what I truly wanted. I discovered or built my philosophy around it, or I used that Github technique to get clear idea of this reality. And that defined the minimalistic philosophy I use to this day. And I discovered what I wanted to do, what was the deepest desire, because I was able to use the technique to remove these anxieties and reasons to focus on something like entertainment. I saw past that hey, this is just, or I started to see the reasons why I do them, that maybe the motivation comes from the social norm, it comes from my past, from some person or some experience, but I looked past that hey, I can actually develop this away. I don't have to stick to this state. I went down and found something that I'm too afraid to change or even consider changing, which is, am I good or bad? And I will remain being good, and part of that is world peace. But I would say I defined world peace as my goal properly just this year, January, when I decided to stay at the zero level, zero state, even though it was a bit difficult maybe to hang out next to death, next to there being no meaning. I wanted to stay there until I found the meaning. I didn't find it the way I thought I would somehow see this vision and wanting to reach something. I instead removed everything else. The only thing remaining was world peace, which I already had ideas for over 2 years, but I didn't feel strongly towards it. But it was still the only or the strongest feeling, constant feeling that this is the right thing to do. So that has become my other target for the second life. So Iraq is one. That was the reason why I ended the first life, discovered the Iraq, which is the last phase, last progression stage of the mind temple that I had built for over a year and a half until that point. First, or initialized the idea 10 years ago. I have talked about that before. But, so looking at my life right now, where I am, is I have experienced the first life, the second life is chill, it's extra. Like I don't need to finish this as well. I, in some way, feel like I'm already 100-year-old. If I compare myself to, or my life to others, they're still looking, they're living their first lives. So I don't feel pressure to do this, but
I want to do this. I get bored if I don't do anything, and this is the only thing I want to do for these two things. But this attitude, this angle gives me opportunity to remove things from my first life that I have already done, like watching movies, watching TV series, playing video games, watching short-term content, playing sports, training, many things. Even hanging out with my family. Of course, it might sound wrong, but how I see it is, I have experienced a lot already with some people, and I can continue doing that, or I can find new people to experience this life with. So I'm open to change, to explore the world, go beyond human norms. I know this must sound to some people quite crazy, what I'm talking about, or this is just a phase. But hey, you have that phase, you think you know how the world works, but you will come around. It's not happening. I have made too many changes, and I'm capable of making more of them. If some issue comes around, I'm able to get past it, develop it, handle it. So it's not going to be a phase. And 6.5 hours. Pressure building up. Yeah, being crazy. Some people will think I'm quite crazy, but there's no other way. Like if I want to develop further, if I want to change my life, how else would I do it than to do it? But because most people don't do it, it's weird. Or at least this way. But now that I have defined who I am a little better, maybe, I can go back to this statement. So I will start using IRAC now permanently. And also we'll take a break. I think I will eat something. I think it's quite obvious if I just leave the screen, and it's gonna be a break. No need to add a text. yeah, I'm continuing to think about this Iraq and changing my subconsciousness. So I will start using Iraq now permanently. What I thought was that, yeah, there really isn't any alternative or better one. What else would I do? Because I have already decided to remove the possibility of choosing a normal life. That's not going to happen. And with Iraq, so my problem in some way is I'm unable to take a role or a normal role in this society, in this world. I need to build my own role. I have done it always. Anywhere I go, doing it my own way, in some way, and it requires me to understand the thing from a larger perspective, to be able to build my custom role. But thinking about world peace, my goal, and the scale of it, it requires me to, well, know a lot, and then it's difficult to find role that I can kind of settle into, especially without Iraq. So Iraq will enable me to build my own role. I'm constantly getting these feelings that, hey, this can't happen, just by habit. That pessimism that this would ever happen. Yeah, about that stability or finding my own role, building it. Iraq is the only or the best way I can reach to a kind of relaxed state. Without it, I would continue hopping from one thing to another and wait for something to happen instead of be more active. So in some sense, building it will get me towards a relaxed state. Yes, it's difficult to build, but in the end, it will enable more peaceful life. 30%. One thing I mentioned how Iraq will enable like 100 times better imagination. It will enable and unlock new level of entertainment enjoyment that my problem that I see as a problem over the years has been not being able to go deeper in the topics, games. So remaining at the quiet, shallow levels. Meaning, yes, I can understand something, but not going all the way into the details and getting to know more advanced stuff. Iraq will make that happen. And also, I'm not going to consume entertainment because it's slow. With Iraq, kind of like old people do, they might look back into their past and enjoy thinking about their experiences. I can do that. Not with my experiences, they're quite boring, but for entertainment, I have a lot of memories of entertainment. I can use Iraq to elevate those memories and experience them again, or in other new ways like humor. Maybe I can start humoring myself, writing jokes, seeing movie scenes, Like it's not that difficult to remember some movie scene, visualize it. Enjoy that. Enjoy the feeling of some story plot. And because it's not entertainment, so I'm not consuming entertainment, I'm just remembering it. It's fast. And because I'm using IRAC, it's not unproductive. If I do it too much, of course it is, but yeah, so there is that to wait for. And again, important to point out that I'm fully aware that if I now start using IRAC and it fails, it will be very much the same that what it has been before. I have been certain that, okay, this time it will work. But it doesn't matter. This is the only way to move forward, to get to the point where it works. Just trying it out, being sure that it works, and then it must work eventually. Oh yeah, the iron. During next break. So Iraq, it's have around 6 hours to apply for those 4 positions, but I don't think it will be a problem. If it is, what will happen? Just some penalty. It's fine. This is much more important. Iraq. Okay. I will start using Iraq today permanently. Excitement towards it is increasing. Possibilities that I mentioned will unlock, and also the hope, some certainty that it's not going to be difficult once I start using it, because that's my experience. It has been surprisingly easy. It's mostly just my attitude and subconscious avoidance, bad arguments, why it's difficult, when in reality it's not. And world peace, that is one of my goals. Like I said, this Iraq, which I defined as my goal 2.5 years ago, before world peace. This is the other one, and in some sense this is easier to get excited of, because it will connect, or it will allow myself to live certain life without any pressure for the output. I could say it like this. So world peace is a kind of clear goal. There being no wars, there being no hostilities between countries. That's pretty much it. But Iraq is personal, can be used anywhere. It's a way of thinking. It unlocks the control over my life. I can plan ahead, make decisions, change myself, do self-development more efficiently. It's something that I have spent hundreds of hours towards, whereas world peace is not. So it's easier to reach. when trying to change my subconsciousness, I face the same arguments that I already won, but they're there again because changing subconsciousness needs repetition often. Just changing the habit, for example, the habit argument. Even using logic, you might have to do it multiple times, but they arise again. Same stupid arguments. But what happens is I would like to handle it quickly, that my mind tries to cut corners and not do it again, like feeling I have already done it, like to force it to change. But that's the wrong approach. Nothing should be forced. Still, I get these feelings or ideas that I want to try to find an easy way to change myself. No, having to stick to the technique. So I will start using Arak now permanently. My mind just says, chill out. What about first waking up properly? Oh, good argument. I will start using Arak today, now permanently. Why not? Not today, that I'm too tired today. But don't have anything else to do or any good reason. That would have worked a year ago. But just because it worked before, why should I listen to it now? Okay. So the energy tiredness argument is fine, I guess, if it means that, or if this requires me to be able to do it today, like use Irak. But no, that's not the point here. The point is not that I should be able to use it all the time or today. The point is I will start using it. So I can open it at least. I already did that before. So there is no required level of how well it should work. I guess that is one mistake I have done in the past, of having this vision of using it a certain way, and that had become a requirement, and when I didn't meet that, then lost motivation. So redefining what it means to start this. Are there any requirements? It's the starting point. So having these two control sessions, meditation during the morning, during the evening, those are good starts. But because this is not really replacing anything, because I don't have any control or alternative thing I do. I work very randomly. Okay, I feel that it needs to work at a certain level in order to be useful, because if I don't use it enough, I will forget it. Is there any? Is there any good arguments for that idea? Because I do feel that that is really an argument. That it needs to run certain. For example, computer PC, I can't use my desktop PC at least with 1 watts. There's a required amount. That's the minimum that needs. And well, all machines have a required amount. But does this really have a required amount? Because I feel there is, but logically, I don't see any reason. If I did this once a month, still more than 0. So it's scalable from nothing up. Yeah, I will change that subconsciously quickly, hopefully. So there are no requirements for how much it should work. There are no requirements of how much it should work. My brain is trying to say that I'm too tired. Actually feeling the effects. Am I really tired? Coffee didn't help, clearly. Are there any requirements? Required level of usage. Maybe in the past, because I had visions of using it at certain level. If it didn't work well enough, I felt that something needs to change. But hey, clearly this is not enough. In order for it to work better, I need to change something. At least that was the argument. One of them. I decided to end it. Because that was what I was used to. 4 years ago, I have built many versions of Mind Temple, the system, and then Iraq. And each were better than the last one. So I think what happened was that created the idea of if I start to use it a certain way and it doesn't work properly or it's not easy to use, it means the structure is wrong. It needs to be reinvented or something needs to change. But I didn't build this idea that I could do it dynamically, even though that was built into the core idea of Iraq when I defined that 2.5 years ago. The core idea was that it was based on dynamic. Dynamic core instead of static that it was before. Maybe because I tried to use it and then came across some problem in my life. I ended or I stopped using it, and then a few months later I would start using it again, but then create another structure. So I didn't continue from the last. I always reinvented the structure, tried to make it better than what it was. That kind of made it so that this idea remained, even though the core idea is still or remained the same, but I forgot it in some way. Because before Iraq, there was a certain requirement that before I could start using the Iraq, or back then system or the Mind Temple, I needed to build it enough. I needed to statically, before using it, I needed to plan it out because it was static. I couldn't change it afterwards easily. But yeah, Iraq doesn't have that limitation. And I guess now looking back at my most successful Hierarch usage, how it looked like, limitation I faced was inability to make larger changes to it. I had gotten used to feeling that, okay, these areas of my life are here, and I wasn't able to kind of break it down. So I ended up kind of abandoning the bad design that I had created, and then going with the old ways of enough time passing, and then I forget kind of what it was. I would start fresh again. But so meaning that I never properly developed version or a new version from the last one. And especially if I start using this slowly, there will be a lot of these. There will be a lot of these changes, especially or because the structure isn't that large yet. So it gives me possibility, good possibility, or not, opportunity to change it. But hey, I haven't really finalized this yet, so, and I got a better idea how to do this. So, but okay, that's opportunity, but at the same time, it creates this feeling of uncertainty that should I even do this if I will just override it next week, and maybe frustration that I'm not moving forward, just reinventing this over and over again. These are, of course, just excuses. I will start using Hierarch now permanently. Where was the percent? Let's try to feel it. I will start using Hierarch now permanently. There's at least 25% before. I will start using Hierarch now permanently. Okay, I'm unable to focus on this. I will start using Hierarch now permanently. Okay, let's put it at 30%. Start using Hierarch now permanently. Definitely, I feel excitement towards the entertainment part. I can sort of bring that back through Hierarch. That's a loophole. Imagination. That will unlock new possibilities to find interest and happiness that I can't find from normal art or entertainment. That I have the vent idea, but also you can use that and then IRAC to experience this reality faster way than what I could using the old methods of entertainment. So excitement, that's good. One reason why I haven't done this in the past was felt like it was too weak to start focusing on, because it would require a lot of energy to bring into my life, and I felt like it didn't give enough output to be worth it. Kind of like fusion reactor nowadays. If you want to get electricity out of it, don't do it. But if doing research, if you're trying to develop future sources of energy, then for sure. But you need to have resources for that. So this feels similar, that I have had certain amount of energy for the day or time, or meaning resources, and I decided to spend those resources the certain way. So going with the old habits or old ways of working. And especially because I didn't need IRAC for developing myself. So instead of focusing on building it without getting clear results from some time, I decided to skip it, to postpone it. But now, especially with scaled down or not having clear requirements, so I can start it slow if I want. I'm not going to. I don't think that is happening. But right now is different than a few months ago and before that, because I don't have the entertainment issue anymore, like unproductive time. I don't really know what it means anymore. So if before I had 4 hours of productive time in the day, then rest was entertainment. Today, it's really all productive. Some things are less productive than others, more, but generally, it's like this. I'm going to start using IRAC now, permanently. 35%. Getting there. Starting to believe it myself. That's what this low light, no problem. Nice. Yeah, starting to believe it myself. That's why what this subconscious change is all about. So I will start using IRAC now permanently. Okay, I got the first feeling or thought that was like, yeah, of course, what else would I do? So it starts to get there to a point where I don't even see any other way, like what was before, and that I also already said before that I don't have to replace anything really, just feel this hole that was in my life without control. Didn't make any sense considering my goals and my developments, what I have been going towards. It feels good to change how I feel subconsciously. That I don't have to force a smile or good feeling. That just by changing my subconsciousness, I make myself feel good. Right. But let's get to the 50% mark. So, and I feel like less tired suddenly. I will start using IRAC now permanently. Okay, I can. It's not really a counter argument, but feeling little excitement that, okay, I already have many use cases for this IRAC. Of course, it's a powerful engine, processor. Of course, there is excitement. I don't have to struggle with the old tools anymore. I'll start using IRAC now permanently. Okay, now I feel, I don't know if I have mentioned this before. I should write it down. Actually, can I? Okay, everything is too small. What if I do that? This break. Oh no, good. Where is it's in life work, deep learning technique, KT notes, create thing here. Feeling ignoring pure cheap. Doesn't make sense for others, but me just to remember. right? So this feeling is that when I say this, I don't get any response. So my subconscious devil is trying to get me away from this just by ignoring it. Hey, I don't hear you. And hope that I will lose interest. It doesn't talk back. Many people use this. And they would love to get the other one angry. Because that's what people do. They shout at each other instead of focusing on the actual things and thinking. Shouting is easy. Being angry is easy. That's why people do it. So this is not really an angry response. It just tries to close its eyes. Hey, I don't see you. I don't want to hear any arguments. Go away. Right. I will start using Iraq now permanently. 40%. Realizing, wait, I'm actually doing this. So even when I have done this process already for over an hour, I think, wait, how? Oh, getting late. Pressure building up. Where's that? Poor job quota. Yeah, so I will start using Iraq now permanently. I felt a quick feeling of this can't happen. My subconsciousness is trying to find reasons to go back, to say, a good joke. Of course, you're not doing this. I need to find something. Any good arguments, alternatives. I have a pretty strong case why this will work. As I'm repeating myself, I don't know how many times, but over the last weeks, I have felt need for something like this, some sort of control that I just can't find from outside. I have all these other things to do. Yes, but I have all the time. That's not going to be an issue anymore. Actually, it never was an issue. I just was able to convince myself it was a problem, when in reality, it of course, never was. There were some points about it, but for it, not really. So I will start using Iraq now permanently. Still holding back. kind of lacking a vision for what it means. So let's build that. First initial idea was that it will be difficult, demanding, but that's not true. It will be easy. I know it. It's a good thing that I have experience on that, because I wouldn't be able to gaslight myself here. So I know it works super well. I feel a little opposition for the idea of having a constant schedule or waking up to alarm each morning. That living freely, going to sleep when I want, not having a schedule, that's somehow more fun. Is it really? I would say it was fun in some way, thinking when I avoided a lot, when I could spend my time on entertainment at 9 p.m. deciding to, hey, I want to start playing Space Engineers, and then playing for the next 9 hours, going to sleep at 6 a.m. Like that sort of freedom. But if I don't have the entertainment anymore, I really, like, okay, I still have spent hours watching music videos and daydreaming during the night, dreaming about certain futures, scenarios. The need to do that during the evening, during that time, is going away. So need to handle my emotions, new thoughts that way. I don't feel that need that strongly anymore. A few years ago, before the change, let's say 5 years ago, every time that I somehow got energy, excitement to think about my life, normally at midnight, I would gladly spend a few hours trying to solve my lack of control problem and trying to plan my life. But then it was necessary, it was a good idea to do that, because the next morning I wouldn't have been able to do that anymore. So I would just forget the whole thing, get to the entertainment again. But right now it's different, because if I start something during the evening, I can just continue the morning because I have anything else. So I have unlocked all the time, even though I'm not yet productive, because I haven't even tried to be productive. So the arguments to not do this because of lack of freedom is quite weak. What is the freedom there? The freedom of my environment. So having less control over my life, that's pretty much it. relying on random thoughts happening different times of the day. It's just avoidance because it makes everything less productive. But also, as I said, if I continue this way, my life will be more difficult. I can also use the old life here to say that, okay, I have already experienced that kind of easy life. Why would I experience it again? I will start using Arak now permanently. Over 40%, let's say 42. Yeah, it's not 45 yet. I will start using Arak now permanently. What has happened before is, as I have said multiple times, using Arak will expose everything, will expose all the thoughts, all the feelings. So before, whenever I have started to use it, I needed to be excited about it, to be able to handle all those and maybe avoid those feelings, just focus on Arak, the structure, the logic of it, remembering it. But this time, the Arak doesn't expose like feelings that I'm avoiding because I'm not avoiding anything. So by doing all this self-development, removing anxiety, becoming vulnerable to them is not the problem because there are no monsters, large ones anymore. There will be. Of course there will be, but I have to dig them out. And I can do that while using Arak. So purposely creating anxiety. That's the best life. I will start using Arak now permanently. Oh yeah, the vision. So what it will look like. Because I can already, well, at 42% is very close to subconsciously agreeing to this. But yes, the vision is unclear. So I think reinforcing that will take me over 50%. That's the only limiting factor here. I can't get it over 50% without understanding what it actually means. That's kind of weird. I didn't need to do this earlier, I guess, because it's not a new concept for me anymore. Just use the old arguments and for it and against it. So vision. vision is as I remove things from my life, I can use IRAC to balance it. I haven't done that. That's why that has left me into this unclear, confusing state, balancing feelings, thoughts manually, not having a clear idea what will I do, what I want to do, not being able to stick to some decisions. So using IRAC, what it will enable is, instead of relying on chance in some sense to give me enough motivation to handle some decisions, like what opportunity would I even want to get or choose, I can put all of those difficult thinking processes to IRAC and handle it through it. I'm able to, like, on a computer, there's RAM, random access memory. I have 24 gigs on this device, but there is also cached RAM and swap. So actually cached RAM, okay, I don't know about that, but swap means that some of the RAM contents or memory contents will be written to hard drive, hard disk, and then that can be read that later, so that RAM doesn't need to create the memory again. It can just write it from the hard drive. That will increase the RAM capacity in some way, making it faster to load new things. But let's just say it expands the RAM capabilities, RAM capacity. When I think without IRAC, I have a fixed RAM, and I don't have that swap. I can use swap if I write things down. So instead of remembering everything using the RAM, I can read my notes. So I use written notes or drawings, anything, to expand my short-term memory. IRAC works similarly, but instead of it being some file containing words, some notebook, it's in my brain, it's in my memory. But it is swap. It's not random access memory, because I need I can forget it, but then I can look it up again. So it works like swap, but it's much more powerful than notebook, because in order to remember what is in there, I already need to understand it properly and then have remembered it at some point at least. Whereas if I write something on my notebook, I can forget it, and I don't have to remember it at any point. But what's powerful with IRAC is it's not just one page of notes or even a book of notes. I can expand each part of it dynamically and switch from page to page, from book to book, like instantly. I can make connections like, yeah, like you can't make, even using something like Obsidian, where, okay, I can link things, yes, but it's not as powerful. It doesn't need to be pictures, text, anything visual even. It can be a feeling, like I mentioned. You can't do that using Obsidian. And as I said, the flexibility is just insane. I can open it anytime I want. I can use that when I'm using Obsidian. I can use that on top of some creative project. So having all these ideas embed in or overlaying anything during conversation, I can use it. So it might be similar to something like Obsidian in the beginning, when there are not that many things. As it scales up, at least that's my theory, I have never reached that far, it gets more and more powerful. So at some point, you can't even compare the two. And with Obsidian, of course, yes, the memory bank, maybe, and of course it's better. I can't build IRAC as fast. You can just copy paste text and notes, but can you read them? How fast? Can you load them into memory? How fast? So IRAC, because they are already in the memory, long-term memory. Then copy pasting them into the random access memory, short-term memory, is very fast. Especially when the more you do it, the quicker it is. There doesn't need to be any conversion, because the feeling might be there. So converting a text to a feeling, whereas converting feeling to feeling, yeah, that, or not needing to convert, just take it there. Okay, yes, I was trying to think about the vision. I have 5 hours left. I'm curious what kind of, what will I do? But so right now what I'm doing, using IRA or building IRA, this is like way more important than getting some penalty for being late to send these applications. Yeah. I have so much flexibility in my life, which is nice. So vision of using IRAC, I can start tackling issues, areas that I have avoided so far, like trying to balance, or actually start being active socially, communicating with people more regularly, not just doing these periods of times, a few times a year, where I suddenly contact like 20 people and then I take a 2-month break. So any tasks, it doesn't matter how demanding they are, start tackling. Self-development will become easier. language learning will become much easier, because using IRAC, it really is easy to, or impossible to make it work ineffectively, at least a long time. So almost automatically pressures me to improve everything I do. So that's sort of built in. I will start using IRAC now permanently. 45%, let's say. The vision, yes. The vision is any task, I can start using IRAC, which is great. That will leave, or that will take off pressure. Some way. Self-development, which I don't know if, or I know my subconscious doesn't like that, will happen more probably, or so it doesn't, I'm not going to do too much anything. It's still very important that I live a chill life. This is very chill. I do only developments I want and that I have energy doing. IRAC, I would say it also, using it means I don't have to do that many developments, because in general I have this pure capability of just handling issues, even though I haven't done them before. But like having or being excited about something, you get that short-term boost capability of doing that, even if you feel anxiety towards it. It's one devil while doing keep learning technique. IRAC will give similar kind of boost, overall capability to do anything better. Any task or every task will become easier, but instead of it being excitement, it's a different boost, and it's kind of it is permanent, but it requires consciousness a little bit, at least. But also using IRAC will raise my overall consciousness time that I'm conscious during a day on average. So maybe that's part of the overall boost as well, just being conscious. Again, I felt the feeling of what if this leads to unhappiness because I'm developing too fast, I'm experiencing this life too quickly. Even though I have cleared that many times before, still keeps popping up. I will now take a break and then start applying for jobs. Hopefully I will find something. This is at 45% now. It might go on its own to 50%. Yeah, IRAC, very, very interesting. start using that. Good. Did I finish this? Iraq? No. No, I will start using Iraq now permanently. Vision is, it fits perfectly alongside my plan of world peace. It fits perfectly with my philosophy. So in the same scene, just is good. It's good. And especially with the Vent idea, now I have an escape from the social norms that was restricting before. Realizing the second life, that also gives motivation for this. Realizing what it actually means to use, the benefits, the possibilities, increased entertainment value, so handling my emotions better, having a structure, the maximum level idea, that is very strong, that I would eventually anyways want to do this. Getting rid of the biggest argument against that. Right now I feel that I'm doing already enough, like I'm developing, that it's enough, I don't need to do this, but realizing there really isn't any reason why not. It doesn't have, so this time it doesn't have any requirements how much I need to use it. So it should be easy to just bring to my life. If I fail at that morning session, then it's fine. It doesn't change the fact that the time is right for this, definitely. Because I'm already in the forest with monsters ahead and I can't go back. So instead of continuing with the small knife I'm holding, I will gladly put on this armor and have shield and a sword that the Iraq will provide. I will start using Iraq today permanently. I still get disagreement feeling, so let's continue. Well, I would ask, I could use the actual technique and not just freeball this. So why not? What are the arguments? It's too sudden, okay. Is it though? Like, what is in my future? That's actually what I would benefit a lot from, being more efficient with my time, because, well, time is money and I need to spend money on food, on rent. But how I can save money is by living faster, developing faster. So spending the same amount, but producing twice the amount. It's quite high increase. And do I really need to relax? Why would I need to relax? I'm physically already relaxed, I'm healthy, and I don't have any means to relax. I have only these old habits, old arguments that for some reason I would need to void, work, these developments. Am I really even developing? And okay, I have said that using IRAC will kind of automatically mean development, but it doesn't have to. That's just my what I'm used to when I'm using it. But it's not really a necessity. I will start using IRAC today permanently. Okay, again, because things have been so odd the last few weeks, I have floated to zero gravity. Making a decision like this it's not easy to kind of make myself believe it will last, because things have changed. But anyway, I forgot. I will start using IRAC today permanently. Almost there. At this stage, I don't really need the percentage. Already 47%, 48%. I would say at 45%, it's so close to 50% market. Just get it over with. Try to get the feeling of actually happening. Okay, now it's very close. Almost happened. Quite. I will start using IRAC today permanently. Very close, but not quite there yet. I will start using IRAC today permanently. Any questions? Why, or answers? Why not? Why not? Too tired. So understanding what it means. So the vision, okay, let's go over it again. Vision is I'm entering new experience, to a new experience of living. It's not about control, really. Okay, that's a good point. I haven't thought about that before. That IRAC has meant control in the past, I guess too much, but now I understand control better, what it actually is. IRAC doesn't bring there really isn't any control because there isn't free will, so IRAC will not change that. It will just change the experience of living, of thinking. Instead of being lazy thinker, I have tools, techniques. I'm able to fix a problem faster, learn faster. yeah, it's about unlocking new experiences that I had that wouldn't automatically come. But control, it will give control of my life. So compared to the society, the world, the more I use or the better I'm with IRAC, the more control over my choices I have, or not choices, opportunities. That if I worked very hard, or if I became very good at that, some technology, some area, I could get job offers, I could get funding opportunities, opportunities to connect with someone. So that sort of control, financial control, I will start using IRAC today permanently. It's at 50%. So it's neither yes or no. I guess now it's just about pushing it over. I will start using IRAC today permanently. Okay, relaxing, no excitement at all. It's hard not to feel excited about this. I will start using IRAC today permanently. This has been some of the bigger changes. That's why it takes so long. Usually goes over the 50% mark faster. I will start using IRAC today permanently. This time, or this development, is a bit different than what I have done in the past, because in the past I have selected the development area and I didn't have anything else in my life going. Right now I have the still chance to move to the Philippines. I have to apply for these jobs. I have other things like my setup change, getting rid of my stuff, changing my life experience in that way. And what I did before this stream. I tried to fight against the feeling that said I'm doing enough already. So this, I haven't really done similar, or I haven't done these level of development in these kind of circumstances where I have other things going on as well. Because if there aren't anything else, then it's easier to just focus on this. I will start using IRAC today permanently. Okay, why would it come back? Or the question is, why wouldn't it come back? Like the normal ways. That, okay, my subconsciousness agrees that I'm interested enough that it will happen, but permanently. So why am I sure that it's not failing again? I'm not failing at this again. Because this time I'm actually using it. The things I do. I'm at the point where the development, self-development is easier than ever. And that is already easier with IRAC. So it will become even more easy. But the main reason being there is no alternative anymore. So once I start this, it doesn't change my goal in life. It doesn't change the course. It just enhances everything. And on that vision, without IRAC, there's no going back. So I trust that will keep hold. The goal will not change. And as my life has become more and more minimalistic, I'm reaching limit there soon. After getting rid of this stuff, I'm at that limit. After that, the only way forward is to start working properly, to continue physical exercise, to have more energy, to start optimizing my sleep. Eating habits I will just keep. They seem quite okay. So I have kind of ready the necessary control, stable, low maintenance control over my life, my time, that bringing on this extra tool that will extra tool is not gonna be an issue because I have other things going on. I'm not gonna be restricted if IRAC usage integration into some workflow doesn't work perfectly, like the virtual machine. In the past, I would have maybe focused too much on it. Yesterday, I spent like 2 to 3 hours maybe, trying to get it to work. But I had an alternative that I just used the Mac side. I will still continue trying to get that virtual machine to work, but I'm not gonna lose my productivity because of it didn't work right away. Similarly, IRAC, it will be an integration that I'm not going to allow to break other things. So there will be transition period, how to leverage that, how to start building it so that it's sustainable. That's most important thing is I cannot, I really mean this, I cannot feel exhausted by using it. It needs to be easy. But just going through this during this process of changing my feelings about this, I have already realized how much different this time is and what it has been before. That I feel about IRAC differently. That its low energy requirements is one thing that I now feel that it's not gonna just drain all the energy. It's not gonna be the requirement for holding to some schedule fantasy that suddenly I will create this requirement for my life to look very productive from day one. That if needed, I will bring it on gradually. So knowing all this and from experience that my control towards this vision has held like crazy well. That even I'm amazed how well the change of subconsciousness actually holds. Like removing the entertainment on January, that was huge. I had some doubts like a month ago, 2 months ago, that will it hold? But it had. Music videos were the only ones that I brought back. Even them, I don't see as or much as entertainment. It's not the same as going into some random YouTube video spiral. News, okay, I did watch news videos on YouTube, but that was a bit different. So why would this be permanent? I think it's quite logical, and it's also important thing that I don't need to be sure. I don't need this to be clear. So to have perfect answers that this will hold, because some part of me is still doubting it. But I also doubt that I'm able to change my mood from bad to good. Some days I might feel bad, but I know I can change it, but some part of me just doesn't believe. So it's not possible. It feels impossible to change bad feeling. So right now in this matter, I can allow myself, part of me, to feel like this can never happen, but I know I can trust myself that no, it can happen. I can actually change something from bad to good. Okay, let's try to finish this. I will start using IRAC today permanently. With thought this time, I will start using IRAC today permanently. There it is. Ah, great feeling. So 50% mark. That's what I wanted. Right. The next thing is I have 4 hours left. Yes. So, employment services, what kind of penalty will you give? I don't succeed looking finding 4 opportunities to apply to. Right, guide, support agent. What is my plan? 80 notes. Applying for jobs, then change changing my feelings around IRAC usage. Software support engineer. Okay. Okay. I will not need the headset for this. Right. What is the strategy? So I need to apply for 4 positions. That's quite a lot. And now I have IRAC that I can use, but I know at least in the beginning it could be too difficult because I need to develop. So that one development I did, okay, I did develop other parts for that to work, but start to use IRAC, develop it to be easy to use. There will be a lot of work to do there. I'm not going to use it for this session. Or, okay, let's see. So I need to apply for 4 positions. They can be open letters. My idea is that I could write an open application letter message and then modify it for 4 positions because I wouldn't need to rewrite it again. And then find 4 companies that I could send this to. And as I discussed earlier, to do I have to get a job? Do I feel like I need to apply for places that I could get a job from? The answer is no. So this is, from my perspective and from the employment services perspective, what's the best? Okay, thinking about them first. What is their goal? Their goal is to get me employed. That's it. They don't really care what job I get into. They just get me out of the employment services. Like Finland's unemployment rate is at 11% at the moment. I don't know if it has risen again or how often it will be updated, but their job is to help me get a job. And during the meetings, it has we have tried to find jobs that I could apply for that are realistic enough that I could actually get them. So what is the plan for getting me employed? And of course, what do I want to do? That's a very important thing. And so if their motivation is just to get me employed, they could want me to apply for like very low level or easy to apply positions. But is that realistic from their perspective that I should apply for them? Other people are also applying for them if it doesn't have a lot of requirements. So that keeping that in mind, I shouldn't apply for positions that I don't find beneficial for myself, I don't find interesting. So really, the best bet is what I want to do. So do I want to find a job? Yes. So I will get money, I will get experience, I will get skills, external pressure, probability to move abroad, depending on the job. So our goals align. If I apply for positions like IT help desk or some position that I will not get into, and those are many on Duunitori or any job listing site, is it good for them that I apply for these positions? Do I get experience on reading these job descriptions? Or is it more, so in my case, I don't have experience. So even if I am more knowledgeable about the requirements, would I do something about it? Would I feel like, okay, they require the knowledge about these tools, now I will take an online course on it? Kind of, it's possible, maybe, but because of my uncertainty of what kind of positions I even want to get, I think the open letter is the best thing, at least at this stage. So this is the second time I have to apply. Second time to apply for 4 positions. I haven't done open letter yet. By focusing on that this time will unlock that world. And that time I don't have that luxury of looking at the job description, finding all the best things about it, and writing a letter or thinking through that role's perspective. But instead, I'm going to kind of expand my CV profile text, which is really written about who I am and what I want to do. That will define, so this open this will define for me also what are my skills and what am I looking for. And in some way, if it's an open letter or open application, I might increase my chances of actually landing a job because I'm a generalist or I don't have specified skills. But what I do have is something that many people can't give, which is this high or deep level of thinking, seeing things from a bigger picture, seeing connections and being able to manage myself, develop others, help others, being flexible. Knowing that or having the technical mindset, but being able to communicate or at least develop that part. I have enthusiasm if needed. If the job is about creating something new, going beyond norms, some simple tasks, then I'm able to match the energy, I'm sure. I'm able to motivate myself, motivate others. And also this open letter, open application, what it would do is put me out of my comfort zone. So I would look for companies and companies and kind of verify my interest towards getting a job, towards a position. Because if I just look for job listings, I'll just be, okay, that's enough, that's good enough. If I'm sending an open letter, I have to really consider if I'm excited about it or not. Okay, before I do anything, I do realize I have only 4 hours left. Am I afraid to get penalty? Depending on how large of a penalty, this is not the right browser am I using? Okay, this. It's using Google again. Why are you doing this? Okay, I can change the browser search using DuckDuckGo. Although this uses the, wait, what? Yeah, well, show recent searches, of course. Over here, okay. I have Finnish. Oh, I have. What is the penalty? Finish off. Something K? No. What is it in Finnish? In Finnish, but fine. Seven-day. Huh? So if I say the first penalty is 7 or what is that in? What is that in? Waiting period. Okay. First waiting period from the first panel overdue or come on, neglected task failure to do the task is 7 days waiting period with no pay. And the second one is I have to work for 6 weeks, but the whole point of this is to get a work. So so I get the benefit only when I have worked for for 6 weeks. That's weird. Before it was that the first neglect didn't give any real penalty. Now it's automatically 7 days. I haven't received a decision on whether I'm even able to get the unemployment benefit right now or in 5 months. The thing is, I'm late today to doing this. I don't care about that 7-day penalty if I get it. I actually feel that that could be a better thing for me to get that penalty and get a new, I don't know what that new deadline will be for this, applying for this for these jobs. If I rush this through now and save that 7 days, okay, 7 days is going to be, so it's around, say, 800 euros. It's around 200 euros. Okay, it's money, but if I'm gonna get that 5-month waiting period from Kela of getting no employment benefit, I don't care about this 7 days, like 5 months, 7 days addition. It's like nothing. But if I get the benefit from Kela, then I don't care about this 7 days anyways. I don't know what will become the next deadline. Actually, yeah, if the next deadline is just gonna be next week, or I don't know what will happen if I fail this task. But I think doing this properly is more important than doing it hastily. If I get a new deadline for next week, that's good. So I want pressure. So looking at this 4 hours today, I will try to apply for 4 positions. If I don't, I'm not gonna try to do this quickly or hastily. I want to feel the mistake. I did start this too late. And because I obviously want to experience the whole employment or unemployment journey, of course there needs to be neglected deadline. That's not the right way to say it, but yeah. Quick social media. Right. Yeah. So I think this cover open application is better. Or okay. There are job listings. There could be gems like the CGI position. What is the strategy here? Operations. Don't have experience. Could I go here? Do they have LinkedIn? Not LinkedIn. Do they have this manifesto? Portfolio. Slack channels, 1,200. Okay, 15,000. Summits, 5. Hackathons, socials, Facebook. Okay, they have GitHub repos, 500 plus. Objective C. Isn't that Apple? Wait one. Yeah, it's the old Apple, and I still go to tabs, new tab. Where is it? Home page. Let's do start page instead. Okay. Okay, that's good. Let's DuckDuckGo. So Objective-C, geocaching, geocaching data, Taiwan. Demo. Administrative divisions in Taiwan. Nice. Itaigi. Rental house. Well, overview. Popular repositories. Last pushed. Live script. Counselor voter guide. Current list of projects. Voting guide. Referendum report. Vaccinate. So I was just interested if there was some clear development or programming language that could and indicate, okay, I'm looking for positions with this technology, but clearly not. 500 projects, this needs more time to go through. What does it capture? Am I using something else? I'm using wait, why am I using? I have 2 Firefox profiles. Okay. I used the wrong one. So yeah, my mistake there. So where I went to solve, I don't know, Taiwan, Github. Yeah, I went here to look for these pages and technologies. Last pushed, stars, Objective-C, LiveScript, JavaScript, Python. This will require more. And I didn't realize I was looking at information on another browser, Kela website, and the translator. Right. Okay. Okay. But getting the penalty, not an issue here. I wonder if I will have another meeting soon with employment services, some counselor. How is the job searching going? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. It's getting sleepy. So looking for positions like a normal person would do, or doing it my own way, wanting to explore this open letter or open application concept. It would force me to build an understanding what kind of skills I want to get, and then get another angle that instead of looking for already available positions and seeing what skills I could get from them, go from wanting to get certain skills and then look for positions that give those skills. And that way I'm less prone to, or less vulnerable to pick just the first thing. Hey, this will give me skills. So I would have to define my future. Also look more towards the world peace. Getting the penalty, I like that idea, because it forces me to think more, choose my own path more. Develop myself to be more certain of what I want, not just go with the flow, because that's needed for world peace, at least how I would like to make sure it's so even if it happens without me, I would want to become part of it by showcasing or bringing to the table a new perspective. And because I'm already too unique, I feel that that leveraging that, feeding that, is better than just going with the flow. At least in this case. am I taking too long to decide? Although with IRAC I'm able to do that anyways. What would I benefit from applying for those 4 positions? To find interesting ones. Okay, but I can do that later. That 7-day extra pay doesn't interest me. Well, being more knowledgeable about different opportunities. Okay, I still have 3.5 hours. Take a quick break. I still have 3.5 hours, so maybe I'm able to do both. We'll focus on the open application. Even though I will start using IRAC, it doesn't mean that I will do that tomorrow. Still, I require energy, and using it might require a lot of developments. Yeah, let's focus on the open application first. Right. Let's get to work. Finding work. What work do I even want? All right. What work do I even want? What is my goal again? World peace. World peace. Better democracy. Lead and inspire teams building these systems. So my idea is that in order to actually make a difference, there needs to be better communication, which helps collaboration, but also understanding each other, communicating difficult things to wide range of people, wide variety of people with different backgrounds, different knowledge, different languages, that currently there are no such platforms that there should be. Right. And even though there would be these solutions, digital solutions, if they are not marketed right, there is no enthusiasm behind the solutions, then they don't get anywhere. And it's about storytelling, telling inspiring stories, picturing these futures with these systems in place, what it would look like, what it would give. But what's important here is it's not just this is my angle, my initial thoughts about this, or what I could do, what at least needs to be done, what I require for myself, for people, someone like me. So I represent, I don't know how big of a minority of people who have the capacity to understand even the most difficult philosophical or scientific matters if I just research enough. But I am very lazy doing my own research. So I represent, so I have something from both ends. I have the capacity to understand complex topics, but I don't have the means, the motivation with current tools and systems to get the knowledge, get the understanding. So I could possibly give my input, my value by bridging these together, by being able to develop these systems from the viewpoint of someone who is not able to get the knowledge easily. So I could build this for people like me who also are, I feel that most people who need some sort of gamification. Of course, nowadays it's not the case anymore, but I feel that I have enough experience in my life of struggling with new things, new websites, and finding information, understanding topics. I have enough experience that it will last. So I'm not going to forget what it felt like. I don't know, I might forget it. Similarly, that what I have forgotten how anxiety feels, or depression, maybe I have forgotten what it feels like. To some degree, I still very much remember it, but can't be sure how accurate it is. But so this is what I would like to see, and what I think is at least required for a proper democracy. Proper communication between people, that's the end goal. But for that, we might require better collaboration between people who build these tools. Like, for example, this. How is these open source projects being marketed?
I don't know. I would like to get into this, maybe find some projects that are yes, translate. That's tomorrow. Bit late. Set up a chair, building tickets. The anti-customer oriented grass rope geometry. What is Go Summit? 0 hour. Information transparency, open results, open collaboration. Programming to transform society. Mass grassroots. Practice your philosophy. Slack, nice. So yeah, how are these marketed? But yes, so that's my angle. My angle is that I would like to focus on these technological solutions because I feel that they represent the greatest potential for change. The reach is the best there can be if the application platform is not blocked in some way. But my idea is that my work is gonna be variety. It's not gonna focus specifically on some area like the technology or marketing or leading. It will be a combination. I want to fully engage the whole spectrum of this. Maybe in the future I could organize a hackathon. So that means I have already experienced the tech in the current news, what's happening, trends, and I have marketed already some ideas. I have people in touch. I could share the hackathon event
through, I can lead, I can give the opening speech, I can inspire people, help them to achieve their solutions, their goals, bring people together, so network. That's one example I could want to make. And for that, I need communication skills, leading skills, becoming a leader. Am I a leader in my own life? This IRAC concept, building it, is one very important step towards becoming better leader. Because instead of waiting, using IRAC, I don't have to wait. But if I don't use it, my current skills are so lacking, or not skills, but thinking is so lacking that I'm unable to I'm unable to lead my life properly because it's just too ineffective that I know I shouldn't even start, because as I would think more and more and more, I would lose the RAM. So using that example, I don't have enough RAM to lead my complex visions, complex opportunities or ideas in the normal, natural way. That's why I need this IRAC tool to have a huge swap capacity, and that will also increase the RAM, because it's not just about the RAM, it's about CPU. My natural CPU is very weak, so ability to create things into the RAM, that's too slow. And the life cycle of RAM is also very bad. So there is the phase of, okay, I will now start thinking about this thing, then I understand it, so start from here. I will start thinking about something, understand it, it will go to RAM, and then I choose something else. Okay, so I need to fill the RAM with right ingredients to be able to create the final result. But when I do this, go back and forth, let's say I put the 5th item in the RAM. The first item that I put there dropped out. So now I need to go there and then bring it back. And then I pick the 6th one and the 2nd item is dropped out. So it's not just that I'm very inefficient, my brain is inefficient to fill the RAM with, so the short-term memory with stuff, but the life cycle of that node, that information, thought is too short to even fill the RAM properly. Of course, each time I reinforce it, so when it escapes the RAM, I bring it back, it will have longer life cycle, but this is tiring, doing this over and over again. And then afterwards, everything kind of gets forgotten, and next time it might be even more difficult to find those, because they kind of run away, those ideas. So I have a lot of these very deep level inefficiencies, I feel, that are required in my case to lead, because I need more information than maybe someone more normal to be able to output the same result, not just the same results, but more results. So by using the IRAC, I am able to just have a huge library of already understood ideas, connections, I can bring them to RAM very quickly, and the life cycle is just crazy. Instead of needing to rethink it, I'm just gonna I will just revisit it and it will come back immediately. Why did I start talking about that? Maybe because of the leading. So my idea is I'm gonna need that skill to lead better. And building these systems, I will get understanding of how to build other systems as well. Marketing is a general skill. How to select a topic, make it understandable for a specific group of people. So targeted marketing, of course, is important. How to lead, how to pronounce, how to tell a story, inspire people through speech or through conversation, lead by example, self-develop myself further, not just for me, but also for others. So help others develop themselves. Okay. What skills do I need? Or maybe not just what skills, but what would need to happen? How do I get to this point? Right, how do I get to my goal? So I see two options here, in Europe or in Taiwan. United States is also there, but it's with Europe. So if there is good democracy in the US, there is better one in Europe, or at least the same level, I feel. But if there is no democracy in US, there still is better one in Europe. And Taiwan, is China gonna be the most difficult or most important piece? of the World Peace Initiative. The population is declining. Is China gonna remain as one of the leading global powers who has the kind of ball here, who can turn the tide if it suddenly became democratic? Then that would change the global state of world peace. I feel yes, that especially in my lifetime or the next 20-30 years, that it's not gonna change too much, even though India is gaining maybe economic growth and potential to be way bigger than China. Still, China has long history already of building these institutions and product lines, factories, that it will keep increasing still before it would, or it could decline. But that because that's such an important piece, learning the language, learning the culture, being more close to that, I feel could be a benefit, because Europe, I could follow Europe's politics abroad or from a distance, but I feel that I couldn't do that the same with Taiwan or China. And moving to Taiwan, it's not China, but it could be quite close and get that pressure to learn the language, which would get me closer to understanding the Chinese culture and Chinese people. So in the long run, it could provide more. And as I said, I don't feel the need to stay in Europe to understand and keep suggesting ideas, maybe, that what could be done in Europe. Because I have lived here, okay, just in Finland, but still the mindset to some degree is very similar, at least with people I have discussed who are from Europe. Whereas it's very different from people from Asian countries, Southern or Eastern Asian that I have discussed with, or Middle Eastern, yeah. So these are my two areas of focus. How do I get my goal? Improve democracy. Okay. I don't know if this separation makes sense. Goal, world peace, my angle, better collaboration, communication, better democracy. These systems, more like these systems lead. It's by teams building these systems. So apparent that I know nothing about anything. I don't know how the EU works. So it's interesting that I'm doing this sort of life planning with the information I have. Crazy. What skills do I need to reach my goal? Now, this is, okay. This is interesting one. So what I need is better thinking capability. Yes. Better thinking capabilities, and that I can get repetition. By repetition, but and this meditation just here just means allow or having a quiet, still space, because it's such a delicate change. It's not like the change I did before. This is very core level. In the end, it might be quite easy to change. I don't know. I haven't done any great progress on this. Get a repair review. His job. So that's my idea. So better thinking capabilities. I have two paths. Better and what I mean by communication capabilities, I think many people, I haven't been very clear what I mean by this. It's not that I'm afraid to speak. It's not that I would have difficulties giving a speech or pronouncing something even. It's the ability to this might sound wrong. So controlling the situation, here I mean that by controlling the situation, I would control myself, what I say, what I respond. For example, if there is a question, that I could come up with a few options and then choose one instead of just choosing the first one that comes in mind and stop thinking. This is about knowing the value of conversation, where this is going towards, being able to write it down. being relaxed enough to come up with new things. Currently, what's happening is if there is a pause in the conversation, I might stop thinking altogether. My brain signals that, great, you don't have to think. Like what? So I have these learned ways of being part of conversation, which is the ghost, of course. I would love to be the ghost that no one expects to say anything, but I could still be part of the conversation by listening to others. And the goal is not to be able to do this just once or whenever I'm conscious, but be good at that. So I would become natural at being able to start the conversation without actually being present even. And just, small talk, and then not being stressed about what to say or not needing to think too hard. The IRAC might play a crucial role here. I have visioned from the beginning being able to use IRAC in the conversation itself. Or during the conversation, I would kind of visualize, maybe not direct in front of me, but just somewhere in my mind, the conversation flow and coming up with these ideas using IRAC, keeping having a better memory of the conversation flow using IRAC. That's the best vision that I have. But right now, if I ask myself, am I able to do any of this? The answer is no. And this is not limited to the spoken situation. If someone sent me a message, written message, my ability to read it, understand it, come up with multiple responses or think about it easily is limited. It's not good enough. I don't want to settle at that level. So that's why the CGI job, even if it's HR role, require me to send emails mostly, maybe. It is repetitive, so it would increase my thinking capabilities, but also communication capabilities, because it would require my mind to be actively use a certain routine or process of coming up with the solution or the action. What needs to happen, and do I see any problems with this? Could this be improved? How will I use very small amount of text to communicate this forward effectively, inspiringly, and friendly? All of this. So it might be a set of certain words. It might be the order of words or something extra, anything. And even if there is strict rules of the type of responses I will send, then it's fine. I can come up with ideas. How would I do this outside of work? So I will find certainly ways to improve my communication and understand how to transfer messages effectively, and also how to keep my brain active on tasks that I would normally not be that interested of doing. So that's my angle on the job, and of course moving to the Philippines. So I have already talked enough why I would love to get that opportunity. Let's see next week if that happens or not. But these are some examples, I would say. Multiple options. So not have that brain pause that happens by default. If I have a response, my brain stops. That's also in my brain when I think. That's why I'm very bad at translating between languages. Translating. Because if I remember what a term or a concept is in Finnish, my brain stops there, even though I know, hey, I need to communicate this in English. If I don't have the pressure of someone actually being next to me and waiting for my answer, my brain is happy with that. Hey, you already know the answer. Yes, in Finnish. I need an English equivalent. That happens the other way around as well. So, yeah. What else? Better leading skills. Understanding so this means I guess I can write it this way. And I haven't thought about this before, so just coming up with something here. Better leading skills. Understanding what action words create. This is, of course, or goes under just basic communication skills, being able to explain anything as effectively as possible. But in leading positions, it's different. And here I will put giving speeches, telling the message to a large group. So this might happen in any consulting role or just programmer, developer explaining the capabilities, what can be achieved using some technology to board members. But yeah, I'll put this under leading skills because I think it's the most used here. So whenever I explain something, how am I explaining? it, I'm not really explaining it to others. Right now what I'm doing is I'm thinking aloud. And that means I'm trying to think this myself. Of course, often I would say people understand what I'm talking about, but I'm not even trying to explain things to certain people or anyone. I'm just trying to explain them to me. But there needs to be certain mindset when leading, that it's not that I need to explain this to myself, but knowing to whom I'm giving this information, and changing my communication accordingly. Using the words, so I just say words specifically to create a certain action. That if I want to inspire others, it doesn't mean I have to just list facts. It might mean that the best way is to put some kind of humor between some parts, or using a metaphor, using a story. So it's not being able to explain something one time or one way, but being able to explain it multiple different ways. And there is a difference between conversation, response, speech, command, and understanding all those differences. Quick responses and actively moving forward. Leader cannot pause. I pause all the time. And that's my default state, being quiet, letting others talk. Of course, that's a good ability to be able to give others space, but a leader by default should be the one who talks, should be the one who manages the conversation, and it gives people turns to speak. Having quick responses, actively moving forward. So quick responses mean, actually that's tied to this. This is crucial for being a good leader. I have probably mentioned this many times, but I have many times in my life wondered how people, especially teachers, leaders, how they are able to give good feedback, that when they give feedback, say something after a presentation that, hey, this is actually quite good. I couldn't have thought of this. That's very important. And I have thought many times, how is it possible that they are able to do this, and kind of envied them. And especially in the last few years, or okay, maybe the last year, wondered if I'm able to develop this skill to hear. So it's not a problem if I understand the accent, or I can hear it, response. I can hear the talk well, then it's easier. It's one thing. But often I don't hear when someone speaks. I don't understand, or I hear them, but I don't understand. They might speak too quietly, or they use terms that I have not heard before. So I'm amazed how most teachers and leaders, they understand what someone is saying, and they can come up with good responses. Of course, I know it's there. Like, if they are teaching something, they know more about it than what they teach. And that's why they can respond quite well. But still, I have wondered this, if I'm even capable of this. During some of the interviews, I listened to the other ones. Of course, it was remotely. Maybe the microphone wasn't the best, and so on. But I couldn't understand all the words that they said, because they didn't say them clearly enough. But I have been in many situations like where someone is talking and I feel like everyone else is understanding what they say. They give good responses, but my brain just goes to sleep for some reason, and I'm not able to give any feedback. So with that limited information, it means that if I'm not able to hear everything, that quickly grasping the picture, getting the picture, and then coming up with response. That's why it goes with that quick responses. Actively moving forward means if there is a downtime doesn't mean I can relax, means I have to already have a plan what to do next. Because if I use the example of wanting to maybe organize and lead a hackathon event, being a leader, hosting it, I don't want to have awkward pauses. If I'm awkward, if I create an awkward environment, that's a huge issue if I'm hosting. If I'm just giving a speech, but someone else is kind of running the thing, it might not be that big of an issue. But this is definitely something I would love to explore more. And it's possible that everything here I'm able to do with just better thinking capabilities, if I'm able to develop myself deep enough level that actually creates long-lasting change of how I think, how actively I think, then it will help each of these categories. But still, I would need experience, so ability to easily talk with someone. I can, to some extent, develop myself alone with just the data that I have, but I can get certain or I can't get to the end with just that. That's where this opportunity to move and want to move the Philippines to Taiwan comes from. That comes along. That some things I need to experience myself in order to understand them. Is this the emoji? Really? No? Right. Just wrote that to be real, that I'm gonna get the 7-day waiting period. Maybe. I still have 2.5 hours. Anything can happen. Understanding what action words create. Quick responses and actively moving forward. Understanding well others with limited information. So the better communication capabilities wait. I guess this this goes here because yeah, it's the communication. Better leader communication skills. Then maybe here better leading skills.
someone people can trust. Obsidian would like to access files in your documents folder. What do you mean would like to access? It's editing them. What? Mac OS. What are you doing? Trust. Do people trust my judgment? I hope not. I don't trust it. Right. Maybe this section here I can move. What? Command X, really? Can move this section. It's of course important with the communication sense, but this is more like leader skill, general activity moving forward, state of mind. People can trust. Responsibility. Easily taking responsibility. If I get some responsibility, would I have to tackle some emotions? Certainly. So that needs to be easy, because every time some action, some happening requires for me to perk up, then it's away from the potential, especially something like this responsibility or ability to easily talk with someone, controlling the situation. If I need to focus on that, if I need to focus on how I say something too much, that takes away from the potential that I could create more options and suddenly come up with, hey, I actually came up with a great idea. We could go there to have this conversation instead of here. So I wouldn't be in the bubble of just surviving this conversation, this interaction. And that's the same idea I have behind my Github technique and self-development, that if something gives you anxiety, it means you can't go past it. That's I think I have it here, or I maybe erased it. Anyways, it was the idea of, I probably erased it. It's about the idea of reaching, that the point of anxiety is the limit you can do. If you can go past or do past the anxiety, then the anxiety will go away or will move to this new thing.
So that's one advice, one part of the technique that someone can use to go past. So not just giving a speech, giving good speech. So trying to develop or start to think of specific areas of speech that will test if just giving a speech will give anxiety, because if it still will, you should be able to notice it. But yes, so this everything here I would like to do like very relaxed and just focus on the matter on hand, which is the topic. Like hey, I could be talking about the future communication platform. I don't want to lose my sleep day before because I'm too nervous about presenting these ideas to this group of people. And in time, all of these, apart from better thinking capabilities, will get better. Okay. Thinking capabilities will get better as well, but not to the degree I want. But yes, so these will get better in time. I want to speedrun this, because the faster I excel, I master these things, the faster I get to the actual front line where the change happens, or the difference happens. What makes someone a good leader or exceptional leader instead of just a leader? That's important, especially when it comes to marketing and, well, leadership. And yeah, these leading skills, inspiring teams. Well, I mentioned consulting already. So these skills are not for me to become a leader, but there should be the ability to do that, to take bigger role in any situation. That's so handy, especially if I feel that I have the knowledge, I have some ideas that are just better than being able to lead a team. That, hey, I have an idea, it's this, and I'm ready to run a team, lead a team, and make this happen. Instead of saying, hey, I have an idea, someone else will need to do this because I'm unable to. What else? Technical skills. Databases. AI usage algorithms, maybe. UI, UX, definitely. Backend server, I don't care. Actually, no. Knowing the financial cost of running server, okay, but I feel that if I focused on this, I would want to focus on whether it's even possible. So databases means data, information. What kind of information people would put there to the application, the platform, how the algorithms or AI is able to understand it, how the translation works, how to group things together. So I feel that databases is the most essential point. Do I need to master it? No. But just knowing what's possible, what's not, is very, very important. AI usage. AI is very, it means a lot of things here. Technical skills, AI usage in with workflow. So technical solution workflow with AI. Am I interested on web development? I don't see, so, well, UI UX means that. I don't see the problem being the UI yet, or the biggest mystery is AI usage, algorithms, databases. For that, I need information on how different governments work, how the information is shared, and the conversation is happening nowadays. Probably I have already enough data, but I haven't started to do it well. So create these scenarios. Hey, I want to post this. What would I want to see happening? So what are the different scenarios? What people think about this? Maybe taking the Twitter thread, Reddit post thread, seeing how people respond, and then trying to think, can I show the same information that people are outputting in different ways? And what is the best way. And technical skills. Learning skills. How to use AI. Verifying information is not my job. I don't really care about that. How to revisit. Bit of understanding, giving a response, meaning that, hey, have you heard about this? What are your thoughts about it? And my response would be, I don't know. I will look it up and respond later. How quickly am I able to understand it well enough to give a response that I want, they want? Using AI to learn. Well, I haven't started to learn yet. I haven't learned anything. So I don't really know what is my current level, but just looking at how I use Obsidian, which is not very efficient in my opinion. I haven't used the tools, how I use OBS to stream looks terrible. That gives some indication of where I am at the moment, which is nowhere. Like, my skills are so lacking. Anything else? Marketing skills. Marketing is about the message, how to pack message as tightly as possible without losing the meaning. And then, yeah, it's a very interesting area. There are different mediums. Like, let's say there is a new store, web store, sells some food items, but there are similar websites. How to market that? What if there was a silly game inside the website and make a TikTok and it could get viral? Then suddenly you have people, a lot of people who know about the story. That's one of the most important things, to get visibility. How to market a project, a course on Instagram. I have clicked a lot of ads on Instagram, joined newsletters, and also I joined the EA online conference through an ad on Instagram. So it's not complete waste. Hmm. Yeah, it's funny. I posted Be Real without any title, and then people are giving me thumbs up, and then I write the title, which is negative, and they have the thumbs up reaction to it. Mm. Okay, I have some things here. Is there any important thing missing? So my goal, word peace, angle, better collaboration. And learning Chinese, Taiwanese is kind of extra here. What work do I even want? Mm-hmm. Okay. Getting a bit tired. What? So, what are the most important things? Or okay, maybe I can list first some ideas what I will do if anyways. So create a port. So I will create the projects and keep doing technique, ideas, and then I will start getting feedback. At least I hope I get some feedback. If I don't, it's fine. I'll just start developing them further, but I'm sure I will get some feedback. Then I can take that feedback, develop it further, and they can get something out of it for their projects as well. And it can land opportunities that, hey, this looks great. Do you want to present this somewhere? I don't know. But that's kind of important before I start more active socially. So when I have a better portfolio, better website, I would feel better at connecting with new people. Then I could immediately send them a link to my website. Hey, take a look at this. You are interested in this thing. What do you think I should do here? Or do you see any value in this? And I can become socially. Direct messages on forums. So then I would have something to show. Is it necessary? Kind of yes and no. Of course, I could go to forums, start typing my questions there, but I'm not doing the research yet. So learning, I'm not doing learning. I feel that first I want to put these ideas because they have been around for some time. The keep learning technique is finished. It's already something that I can present. So do that first, then start to look, okay, what have others done around this? So this I have known for some time. Take a deep look into Taiwan projects, or this might mean the, maybe it's like this, count 0. Start learning stuff. So researching things that are discussed in different groups. So what is being discussed? So start understanding what they're talking about and then start giving input, of course. And then projects, ideas, people, mine. So collaboration, communication, start doing this. So look for opportunities to volunteer or give workshops, etc. I live in Tampere, and this I have thought about of not doing it here, that I want to leave, preferably to Taiwan, to Manila, Helsinki, somewhere before I will start doing this. So I think that's the best thing I can do. Do not stay here, not build too strong ties. But there is this idea. Definitely I would volunteer in an event again and give workshops. This might be about my keep money technique or something. So I should come up with some ideas what to do. Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, so social media posts. I have never posted on LinkedIn before, and of course there can be like Blue Sky, etc. Like TikTok. YouTube, TikTok. The keep money technique would be the first, or could be the first project where I will actually start editing videos. And then I would make shorts. I would make something that I could post on TikTok, on Instagram. Yeah. But these are stuff that I have already thought of. Maybe this is sort of a new one. In some way, I have considered this kind of before. Specifically this because I didn't know about it. But this thing that I will look for things happening in Taiwan. But other stuff, and there could be like give workshops. This is close to starting my own business, own consulting or coaching business. Don't expect to get customers, but just for the experience of having something in place, creating presentations and workshops. Events, even plans. But what's after? So what if I get some views? What if I get someone ask, hey, this is interesting. Would you be interested in doing this? Well, yeah, opportunities. So what kind of opportunities? This is not just work. If if I'm able to, these are, well, okay, there is the part of me self-developing myself further, doing acting lessons, maybe on stream, improving my communication skills for all of this as well. But yeah, what if I get a message saying that, hey, would you be interested of joining us? We are this non-profit, we are doing this work. What is it that if I get responses on forums, okay, so I get collaborators, I get people interested in the same things. Am I looking for a project that I would join? Well, okay, this is if I'm invited to Taiwan. I think that's right now the best dream I can think of. That I could start developing or start contributing to these projects and give them ideas, and I could move there to work on this. So if I'm trying to think about the best possible case scenario, that would be it at the moment. But what if it's something else? That all of these plans are kind of initialized projects, then start giving my ideas. But what do I want to get out of it? People getting excited about my technique, developing that further from feedback, getting better, and what? Learning stuff, projects, ideas close to mine. So that learning stuff means to learn politics, different causes, how people try to improve democracies. There is an app that was used, or that is being used in all the EA events. What if I got a chance to work with them? Would I take it? That, hey, you have ideas how to improve this. Would love to hear from you and possibly give you an opportunity to work with us. If I get funding, that someone or I actively would look for one, that, hey, I output these things, I spend my whole day, or every day I spend my whole time for these results, and people are getting something out of it. So maybe I'm contributing to some projects, maybe I'm marketing something good, I don't know. If I get funding, what would I do with that? Am I looking for funding for a project, then finding people to work with? We would build a product. What did I? Pretty sure I have some. So these are my. What is the goal? The goal is to be in a position where I can contribute to different parts of democracy development while being financially stable. Start to a project, I follow what others do. I'm forefront of global development. What the project could entail: marketing, product design, philosophy, psychology, politics, collaboration skills. Then different ways to get money. So research, form the plan, good plan, realistic, get funding, or business execution, my own business. Get skills, marketing skills, brand visibility, people donating for my work. So getting sponsors, have some money, and so get a normal job. What are my goals? Lights to 40%. An hour 45. How close am I to start? Creating my general open application. Quick break. feels great to be able to do some pull-ups or push-ups and pull up after exercising yesterday, because that wasn't the case a few days ago. Take a little break from that. So yeah, I think I need to think further, because I have already kind of settled into these ideas what to do next. What can I change? Okay. Is this finish? No. Okay. Just testing how on Mac I can switch between, like, say, different Firefox windows. Because, well, on Windows, and just they are treated as separate apps. Mac, they're the same. But so what I want to do is move forward. So do I want to get a funding? It's fine if I can't answer this because I don't know the word, or that word of getting a funding for something, what it looks like, creating a project, putting together a team. So my angle is the collaboration, communication platforms, solutions. If I can directly help build them, that's good. But in the meantime, I will at least want to So that's just one angle. I don't know about the world enough. I think what I can aim for, which is not clear, is better understanding of different opportunities to reach world peace. But I have some initial ideas what it could entail from my part. So do research, be able to evaluate different causes, why they are beneficial. Why I should focus on them. And keep that understanding throughout anything I would focus on more. So first, aim for better understanding of different ways towards world peace. Then start focusing on finding something that I can contribute, or choosing the best one, that I have something I can give. But then continue having that bigger picture. If that makes sense. By doing that, I would, increase my chances of finding the actual best path towards world peace. I would, at the same time, maybe build this repository of these different opportunities, and I could connect people to different projects, getting and understanding what's happening in Taiwan, what's happening in Europe, combining forces. I think the collaboration, focusing on that and communication, even if it wasn't or wouldn't become any big platform used in democracy. There is a lot that could be done in that sector. So if I get recognition from my ideas, just becoming a coach is not what I want. Is it the leadership then? No, but I think leadership is not that difficult. Like, I can become a leader already. I wouldn't be the best one, but it doesn't matter if I have the knowledge, the goal, then becoming a leader is not that difficult. Because a good leader uses other people's knowledge. I would do that definitely. So it's not going to be, hey, become a leader first, and then start to understand. First understand, focus on the solutions, because community leaders, managers, operations, specialists, leaders, that in itself is not enough. Marketing in itself is not enough. So I need, what I need is the brain just paused. What I need is knowledge. Maybe the advice that I got from EHX Nordics was correct. What I need is knowledge. Now it's of course the I need a lot of things at the same time. Knowledge about different projects and knowledge about technology and its capabilities. To be able to create ideas, solutions. But I would remain at general level, maybe, depending on how difficult it would be to understand it more deeply. How could I, so if I had some technical knowledge, understanding, how would it look like if I gave a solution or a suggestion? I would use some technical language or graphs to show my idea, explain it first in simple text maybe, or a video explaining it, and then presenting it as well as possible, create some sort of presentation or graph, and they have become very good at that, presenting ideas. because the scale that I'm doing this, or the scale of all of this is huge. It means there's time, and if the ideas are good, there are resources. This is not something that, hey, the solution needs to be built quickly because the opportunity of this business venture will lose itself. No. Something else. Okay, let's take one idea as an example. What if I wanted, so I have this idea, I want to help build the utopia, which means the best possible realistic goal for humanity. And I mean what humanity would look like with the perfect system. So start imagining that, start building it, and make a website, for example, and then make it possible for people to contribute, to comment, to change that, hey, this idea, we kind of tested it already, it didn't work, it needs to be improved. But have a constant developed, actively developed copy of the world and try to find ways to match it with, or match the reality with it. There are these websites, I have probably found them on stream as well. Some, I think it probably came somewhere from EA World. The website that showcases, or there are different stories, good stories about positive future of humanity. What could happen. I want to see more of that. I want to see active communities working towards creating these stories. They can be movies, they can be short-term videos, sketches about how certain people could react or could hang out together to have fun. That's one example. I see a lot of people, or it's obviously a lot of people complaining that, hey, they do it wrong, they use this dark humor, or they, like, for example, men, how they talk about women in groups, or racism, how it happens. But how many alternatives? Like, what are the different pathways for some group of people to go from being racist together, have that as bond element, to them being not being racist? That instead of having that as a bond, what could it be? How could this group of middle-aged men become vegan all of them. Is it possible? Like, what should happen? What could happen? So actually taking examples and not just complaining, you live wrong, you shouldn't have these thoughts, like, don't sexualize everything. But okay, so it's kind of universal. So we're not talking about some certain group of men, and women of course do this also, but it's more of a problem with men. How do you change that if it's quite universal? You can't just give the responsibility for them, like, hey, you need to change who you are and do this while having very strong, probably, pressure from around to not do that, so not change yourself. If you're part of some group where this misogyny happens, for example, then it's quite difficult to confront your emotions. So what I'm aiming here at is, I would love to see more of these better scenarios, and actually people getting to understand what it takes for things to change, and not in an evasive way. So I, for example, I don't want to forcefully change someone, their beliefs. I believe that people, most of them, are good. They want to be good. That if they could choose, they would choose to be good. And especially if they were able to handle their emotions without all the avoidance that the brains cause, that they would become more good. So I'm not trying to change someone specific that you should be vegan. No. I'm trying to change them. Hey, I will help you develop yourself. You will choose what you want to be. Like, I don't care what it is. Okay, if it's clearly bad, I will just move away. So there are these people, of course, who well, are criminals at the core. But most people, that's my angle. I'm not trying to force them to change, change to something particular. But I think change is good. I like change myself. Okay. So, taking this website idea or this concept as an example, what kind of example? Okay, so how could this, okay, yeah, how could I see this becoming reality? First, of course, if there already are similar solutions, I would love to hear about them. If there is not an active community doing something along these lines, it doesn't have to be a website. maybe hosting a website is too difficult. It can be a group or groups. But let's say I came up with the idea. I first contacted some people, some groups, started to discuss it, create a project together. Can be simple Word document or Google Docs document where we share ideas, build bigger common notes, ideas, and then form a strategy. Hey, this is actually promising. Let's try to find people who could build this website, this idea, or let's create a new community. Let's make this real. So this process, I would have an idea, I would write them down, I would do research, what there are already. Then if this exists, then of course I can just jump there, start outputting my ideas, start marketing that on my own, become an ambassador for that cause. Not ambassador, advocate. Anyways, that's the end result of that. If I'm offered a job that I don't think I would want that, someone else should take it. But if there aren't other people, I feel that, hey, I have too many ideas I would want to implement here, and I have the skills, especially with AI, to develop this, then I can take the role. Okay, so that's one possibility, one example of sending my ideas, making a presentation, making a video, sharing that with a certain group of people I find. If I don't find them, then it's very probable, but I can still validate the idea through forums, create a post, or create a video. Then I could get random people from different platforms get interested. And if I wanted to take it further, that okay, I don't find any co-founders here, I will find this, create this community myself. And for that, I can find probably quite easily people that, hey, can you help me build this community? Or make the foundation, make that, like the legal stuff, if there is need for that, and try to get funding. So contact different people. Could this be listed as some funding opportunity? So how important, how much effect would this have? This is quite specific idea. Having changing future that we could be aiming towards. Testing, try to test what works, what not. Try to make it as realistic as possible and make it shareable so people can actually see the progress, they can contribute, they can easily join in. They can disagree, comment. any job I would take would need to keep on looking for other opportunities outside of work. Probably as I do research, I would love to do research on how to do research about this. So are there some good websites listing out different organizations, different communities that are doing good? Do they have categories for democracy or something else? And if there's not, or even if there is, I think I still want to start that project that I have mentioned, the project to map out different helping communities and ways to help. I want to explore that, especially if I don't find similar projects, why there aren't similar projects. And as I would map that out, one idea is, okay, if it's mapped out, if there are 20,000 communities groups there, how will I follow them? How will I follow the progress of farm animal well-being advocacy? How am I following Taiwan's democracy development or these specific projects? So making that easy to, or try to make easy way to create this sort of process of getting the right news, maybe through AI. I would love to do that. So get, for example, a list of updates and have it sorted personally to my interests. Then if I don't have time, get new list or get it updated so that I can always just start from the top and go down, read articles, read forum posts. Or then just say, hey AI, summarize what has happened, why it's important. So I guess that's one end goal where I'm doing some project, I'm focusing my energy on something, but I'm not blind to everything else happening. Especially with AI, it becomes more and more important to keep updated, because AI can be quite devastating, meaning maybe suddenly there, let's say in the Philippines, it might become, or it is already, it's not a crisis maybe. I don't remember, I read something about this, that in the Philippines, because a lot of the export they do is customer service. If AI will become very good at customer service, then these people will lose their jobs, and they represent a big part of Philippines occupation. Yeah. What to do with that? Of course, it's not good that people are losing their jobs, but that's also an opportunity, maybe. can these people, their skills, be used in some way? Maybe I could have an idea that, hey, this sort of company could get very qualified, very good people to work on this matter. I could launch it in the Philippines. It's just an example. But AI could somehow, well, it will be a big part of my workflow, learning or studying, but also creating my ideas, presentations. Still, I'm using Obsidian. Actually, no, Obsidian is quite a good example where AI is. I can use AI. I can just set it to get access to my Obsidian Vault folder. But Notion AI, any kind of note taking, that can have huge potential. Yeah, what the end goal looks like. Whatever happens, self-development, like that will continue. Then at least this workflow, knowing what's happening in the world, that is important. Being able to forward people. Someone comes to me, hey, I want to help. Here is your community. What you want to do, here is your community. Here is the project. And of course, if I could build this or find better one is to find some ready built version that maybe could be developed, but still I can forward people there that, hey, this is exactly where you should go. I'm gonna admit I wouldn't forward people to many helping communities websites. They're not easy to get into, I feel. Of course, because there are no alternatives, I would do that. But my experience is that they haven't been the greatest experiences. But this is a new idea. This is good. This is very good. I'm over the deadline, not yet. An hour left. Should I start building the open application? Not yet. I want to continue this because this is very, very important. Having some idea how this should go, and I'm amazed that I haven't thought about this level before. Like, why? Because if I know this will be the end goal, whatever happens, I'm not going to find some magical solution that, hey, this single thing is the greatest thing ever, and it's the only thing needed for world peace. If I found that, of course, I would focus on it, but But yeah, the process of learning new things, knowing what's happening, like following UN, analyzing what UN does, how big of an impact does it actually have, EU, some EU funded project, non-profit, EA, what's happening there, and following different, so not just for democracy building, but global warming. That's something that's bringing people together, countries together, that people are very passionate about in some sections of the world, because it's important, like they're losing their land to the sea. Then there are countries like Russia is not gonna, I don't know if that the global warming will affect them that much. But yeah, having a general idea what's happening. And my idea is I will use Iraq for kind of seeing the bigger picture, getting information and not needing to use Notion all the time. And not Notion, Obsidian all the time. But building the information there. And everything I would market, I would at least be involved, like I would at least repost someone or from some project that this is very important, I will repost it, because I want to share, or maybe I will create my own post with my own ideas, thoughts about this, try to market it differently, or just give ideas. If they're bad, then they get rejected. If they're good, then someone might listen and might actually try it. And if it's good, maybe they will listen to me again. I'm very, very open to becoming consultant on projects, on causes. I'm thinking about gamifying politics project. Haven't heard from my partner in 4 months, and I haven't sent any new messages after February, or was it March? No, it's 3 months. I think I will just conclude it's not going to happen. That's a project that I could do eventually, but not right now. So I'm going to ask if he's still interested, if he wants to kind of have ownership rights to it. I would like to do or make it public. So I'm not going to release it as open source, at least yet, because I would require some work at least. But I'm going to ask whether I can bring it or create a presentation for it on my website at some point to get some people interested. And have it, like, not lose it. I don't want to lose the project. It's still very interesting. But at my current stage, I'm still at least looking at the bigger picture. Becoming a career advisor, that's kind of logical. Becoming a coach, career advisor. Career advisor I can't become before I actually know stuff. Software developer with AI is quite easy. I might be wrong. Maybe it would require months to create some solution that I thought was easy. With CGI opportunity, yeah, it would give me a lot, an avenue or a career opportunity. I have thought about it, that working for them, with them, and advancing in the position, getting to understand larger organizations, the techniques they use, like that can give me valuable information and the repetition if I'm able to develop myself while doing it. So that's an opportunity that I would love to get. But yeah, maintaining or being part of this collaborative network of communities, kind of combining them, making a map of them, something like that. Using that to getting updated what's happening across the field, helping. And then of course, yeah, finance. So what's happening in their politics, that's different. One idea is that utopia. I want to have a place where I can go and see what people are thinking, that what the world could look like, and have specific examples, have broader general examples that I could comment on, that this is not, this will not happen because of this. So I think I have quite good, valuable information on how the human mind works, because I develop it, I see it as very primitive, very simple. Whereas people, I think, are lost into the realm of abstraction. They use these fancy terms that make the real things get lost into a translation. Are there any alternatives to this plan? But whatever I choose, I would still hold on to this control over my choices, that I won't get blinded by some cause and just focus on that. I will keep my own stance, looking at the world, consulting whenever I can, whenever I'm asked, if I have time, if I feel that it's worth of my time. Possibility of creating my own company, which I would just use, or so if someone wants my advice on self-development, my coaching, whatever it is, I'm happy to provide it. And still haven't done research whether or what part of it is legal and why not. If I'm not a therapist, how much can I coach others, take money from it, and how much responsibility do I have if they don't get better but get worse? Then yeah, it's well, although I would have quite clear warning, okay, this is not therapy, this is for self-development, not to tackle any difficult things. You can't do it on your own. Giving feedback to anything, that hey, I saw your marketing and I would change this, or I just have a question about whether this was a chat, or if this was the aim to get to these people, I would have changed this, and if instead of this was the aim, then yeah. So there's a lot I can do without any involvement in projects. But if some project is listed or somewhere on some website, okay, this is what we'll do, but they don't show any work. If I understand what the project is about, and I have some ideas that hey, I can send an email to them. Hey, if you're interested, these are my ideas what the project could become. What are the most important things I could do? And I could start posting on social media, on YouTube, my ideas. I think that's kind of a natural thing. And by doing that, I could get some connections, feedback on everything. Is there a trap of becoming a YouTuber, an influencer? Are there any risks? My content would be about world peace. Like getting money. I'm not trying to get money. Yeah, what about startups? That is still part of my options to start my own business. I thought about AI, that it could be something about using AI. And of course, it wouldn't be my own AI chatbot, meaning I would compete against something like Google their AI developments are like crazy. I keep reading some news, especially on AI, and it feels like it's constant development and in every sector. So hopping in could take years even before I would get some good ideas how to contribute, how to find an angle that, hey, this hasn't been done before, I can do it. Let's create a startup. But it could be a service, some sort of service that uses AI. So then I wouldn't be competing against other AIs, or I wouldn't create any SaaS solution. I wouldn't create any specialized tool for businesses that will get redundant the next month because of some AI development happened in OpenAI or similar. But what about startups? I have thought about them that I do have something that could be valuable to startups, or the mindset, the energy I can have is quite good, I would say. That because I self-regulate my happiness and nothing is going to break that, then I can bring like endless motivation for others, especially. But yeah, startup, I have thought about it, that it could, well, make me financially stable. But is it worth it still? Is it worth it to focus on it right now or at any point? Creating ideas, okay. I should, and with IRAC, hopefully it's not going to be too demanding, too time. Okay, it's not going to take any time, but as I continue following the AI developments, I want to get involved with the developments using AI models in some software solution. I want to start exploring that, get into it. Of course, use AI in my own workflow, getting personalized workflow for following news, learning anything. One task I could have, maybe daily, is to form ideas, create ideas. What companies could I build? What solutions? So, and make that a habit of coming up with new ideas of solutions, products. So, startup, I think it's not a good idea trying to get into startup world before having an idea or two or three. Just when I have good enough ideas and I have maybe tested some of them, I have maybe already contacted some people. What do you think about this? Is it viable? and getting some traction. At that point, I could make the evaluation. Is this worth it? How long will it take to build this? Should I hop into this fully and not be the AI developer, AI engineer? I don't have the degree, and I don't know how well I would be able to learn the AI development workflow, but it's possible that I would just be like the marketing person. I would just be the founder. But yeah, I think that's the safest bet of just creating ideas, solutions, and creating good notes about them using IRAC, and hopefully not facing my limits too quickly about what I can do with it, because if I can't create these new projects quickly with it, I would be a little sad about it. So my capabilities, maybe if I started it 10 years ago, my brain would be younger, but yeah, okay. So startups are still a thing, but they wouldn't be my focus. Because there is also a threat, risk there. If I became a startup founder, and if it was successful, what if I got into that world too much? I'm like 90% sure I wouldn't lose my interest towards world peace. But I'm also, I'm concerned that I would, like 10%, I'm at least saying there's 10% chance, if the startup was very successful, that I could find myself just continuing with the team. Maybe it's a good team, maybe there are more opportunities, maybe I start to think, hey, actually I could do more good if I become a billionaire. And then 10 years later, I wouldn't be. I would still try to be, but hey, this is just right around the corner when success hits. There's a risk for it. I have changed myself enough to know that I can't be sure. Like people, me included in the past, I thought something was impossible. I would never be able to do this. Then life happened and I developed myself and I was able to do it. Or something happened, like that philosophy that it was figured out. I felt certain about it. No. Yes. That's why it is confusing that I can't trust my emotions, my habits, because they can be changed. And it's not a coincidence that many billionaires remain billionaires and they don't donate a lot of money to good causes. Instead, they buy big boats for millions of dollars. Money corrupts. Power corrupts. So startups are a thing. If I got advice that I build a demo for this communication platform, and I got advice, hey, this looks great, this feels great, you should form a company and start building this. Would I take it? Would I start to develop it as an independent company? I would want to build it in Europe or in Taiwan. But I have thought about this maybe in my dreams. So yes, I dream about world peace or my future. I have thought about the scenario of wanting to hand it over, the project, the platform, to the EU or somehow to Europe, that this platform shouldn't be built by me, shouldn't be private, it should be public, or public in a sense that it's owned by EU and managed by EU and funded by people and not by ad money. Or okay, there could be ads, but the funding would eventually come from taxes. This is for the people. And it's such a big idea, if it worked, that I wouldn't want to it be private. Mm. It could be private, but then owned by or owned by governments, countries, EU. Okay, but that just means it's owned by them. I would become an influencer of sorts. Of course, I would like to live as a nomad still. Don't know if that would be most convenient if I had, so in some scenario, if I had a team. Although I would just film anywhere, then it would be edited some certain location. Okay. So that's kind of, is it the best case scenario? Becoming an influencer, getting enough money to live wherever I want, then contributing to these different projects, helping people develop themselves, collaborate better. Maybe creating my projects, more of them, more ideas, focusing on something. Possibly founding companies. I wouldn't run them that much. But creating this life of just receiving information and then communicating my thoughts, giving my advices, suggestions, understanding the world. I feel that I have already gone through this like ages ago. Why am I repeating myself? Clearly I forgot if I have gone this far. Was it worth it to get that 7-day penalty? moving to Taiwan, learning Chinese. Should I drop Arabic? Probably yes. I haven't studied it much, but just to do more progress on some language. If I start having productive days again, then maybe sticking to Chinese or replacing the Arabic with just English communication exercises. Okay, but then so that influencer, I guess it is the best possible, best scenario, because if I feel that I can influence, I can have valuable information to share, then I want to share it to as many people as possible. And influencer here would mean that the amount of people would be something. That would mean my ideas are to some degree good or at least okay. But then, yes, that could mean money wouldn't be a problem, especially if I move to something like the Philippines, where it's not that costly to live. I don't know if I can work there remotely, but I think especially in Indonesia or Thailand, it should be possible. So getting to experience different cultures while working remotely. Would I have so many ideas? Like an influencer, what do they do? I guess yeah, so if I continue streaming, if I continue reading my ideas, my thoughts about thoughts about political matters, I don't really care about them too much. But I don't know, maybe the influencer thing means just sponsors. So getting enough people kind of valuing my work, my contributions. But it is quite difficult to see people finding my ideas that interesting, or there being that many ideas like, okay, for sure, like for a few months, it could take for me to talk about different ideas, give my feedback, suggestions. Then what? I'm not gonna start become content creator where I go with the trends. And although getting visibility, but anyways, the other scenario is I don't get, and more likely, of course, I don't get any great amount of people interested in my ideas. What will I do? I would, of course, do all the projects that I want. I would follow the word, news, would create my thoughts about different matters, learn marketing, still do social media, everything. Try to get involved with projects. I would have to, well, continue finding a job or study. Yes, so that scenario wouldn't require for me to get a job, but there are certain skills. And there are the important things. So some variables needs to be there. I can always focus on them. Then the work is just half my time, actually less. Okay, maybe half. And I'm 45. What is it? 10 hours. Casual. I'm interested to know what will happen. So, will I get another deadline? And how far away would guess it would be next week, and it can't be that they will just ignore this, that okay, I didn't do this, I will have to do this next month. If that's the case, then well, I got the pressure. I got the pressure at least to focus on these two things today that weren't about sending job applications, at least directly. But I would hope to get another deadline, because if I cross that, then the penalty is going to be much, much worse. So this should be the only one. And if I get contacted, hey, you clearly need some guidance, get me back on track. Am I done here? The next step would be trying to figure out what kind of job opportunities would give me the best possible skills, and how much work would it require to get those positions. Right. Tomorrow I think I want to list some of, at least my main computer, to the marketplace. Maybe my K-pop stuff as well that I'm selling. Getting things forward with this. I will look what it will be the new deadline, if there is one, this month. Update. Using IRAC today. I've already developed that. I don't know if this one development, if it was enough, might need to do it again, because it was quite difficult. Yeah. I have a good feeling about this time. This time it works. So where do I have? It's so small with this 14-inch screen. Changing my feelings about IRAC usage. And the last one was going through Right, I can show this here. Going through what my future could look like and what plus do for it. Sure. Applying for jobs. First, try to find 4 positions in Finland I could apply for. Then, if I have time, look for positions abroad. And just note here, didn't do this. Changing my feelings around IRAC usage. How did I spend 10 hours How did I spend 10 hours doing 2 things? So 10 hours was 2 o'clock. Did I forget something? Round 3, I started to think, should I do something else instead? How productive am I? Although both things, so IRAC is huge. If I get it to work, that will boost my productivity immediately, and investment into it is wise. And then thinking about my future, mapping it out, that is important, and that's not easy, and it's not something that I don't have to do all the time. It seems like it's getting quite good state. Maybe mapping out the work possibilities more. A lot of this depends on my ability to develop myself. How much will I be able to learn, how quickly, and the solutions. But I already like a lot of this because I'm not reliant on others too much. So I'm able to make the projects myself, make the demos, share these ideas by myself. And if no one is interested, then fine. In the end, actually, no, if I feel that some project or any project is not good enough, then I will continue searching and I will develop my skills in some company like CGI, will build a career. Like I will continue with the startup thing. Maybe look for money. Yes, like it has been for a few years. Iraq is the biggest question mark. It will unlock whatever is my potential. $10. Right. That was interesting. Terminal. Oh, it's so small. Not having to use the VR headset all the time is actually quite nice. What I say is gonna be the best use case for it. Video editing, possibly. If I can have a 4K screen to actually work with it. Or yeah, just having two screens. Right now, I want to see the streaming and everything is working properly. The audio, I actually have to test. Heard that in the last video wasn't working properly. So I hope it worked during this stream, as it was quite long. So where am I? CD, the documents, the shared directory, CD, life work, CD. Git status, business finding work, CD and workspace. It's gonna be stream 92. No changes added to commit. Your name and email address were configured automatically based on your username and host name. What? Please check that they are accurate. You can suppress this message by placing. Okay, that's very nice email. Email address is what? What software is this? Oh no. Am I using Vim again? No, but using Vim. It wasn't like okay. Huh? What? Mm. Can you move? No, it's not Vim. Ah, it is. Insert. Mm. Ah, A is that. Okay. Should probably show this. I'll have to specify that again. Anyways, terminal. Wait, no, but I can. Yeah, no, can't show it. I'm gonna write my email address here. So, what? Right. No, that's not. I think it's username and email. Right was right Q. After doing this, you may fix the identity used by this commit with git commit and reset author. Huh? What? Please enter the commit message for its changes. With will be ignored and the empty message force the commit. And it shows here the wrong information. Okay, so I have to manually change this. It's weird. Nope. Huh? Okay, git config Streamline to committer. Your name and email address were configured automatically based on your username and hosting. Please check they were correct. Explicitly. Okay. I don't need to stream this until next time. And